Pink Light, hello? Good day, good day. Loading up now. Gotta finish this city up, you know? Or we forget what's going on. I think we're almost done with this one. Not much left to build. That's actually my only other republic that was ever self-sufficient. Ooh, the tea is still too hot. Do you know how hard that part actually was to do? While the game loads? Run all the wires without moving the camera at all. I move the camera so much when I'm doing things. But if you're going to speed it up, you have to not move the camera. Like 90% of the footage I've ever taken has been ruined because I moved the camera too much. And this, if you look really close, I forgot to put a sign here. The traffic actually backs up for miles in both directions. Yeah, if you and Workers and Resources doesn't have a camera save feature or anything, so you can't like figure it out. It's so weird to wire something up without moving the camera at all. Getting better. I think the game's loaded. We've come this far. All the resources were here, and then all the people were here. That's kind of why it all hit the same stage, because it was easy to get all the resources. Alright, so what are we up to? We're in Scotland. I guess we can do, I'll wait a minute or two, then we'll tour around the Republic. People are still in ads, possibly. Missing oil. Perfect. Do some quick troubleshooting. Is there nothing set? Oh, yeah, that's right. Train station. Oil train fuel. Where do you load oil? Here, and he's still set to unload it in 2 different places. So he's bringing it to the refinery, and that will always use all of it. Oh. Close enough. Unleading. And then just don't do it. Because I want that to come here for now, for the chemicals. So I just diverted one of our trains making fuel up to here. We might actually need to buy oil soon. I think I've used all of it. So last time we played this, we built the large chem factory. So now we're going to have to move on to the plastics part. And a food factory, actually. I forgot about that. Yeah, let's go on a little Republic recap. Let's see, we started, there's only one border on this map. So we started down here. And London was mostly here. all the tiny little houses. We destroyed the bridges, and then initially just took this part of London. And then when we needed a second university, I realized this is a university. So then we took this part of London, and then third we took this part of London. And this part of London works in the food and textiles industry. This is our little farm here. And then this part of London works in radio, television, and coal. So they're processing coal over here in Frankenbury, and I actually need to build another one, because we're out of coal. And then this part of London, this part of London, work in the fuel industry. So they power the city and run the refinery. We're always out of oil, everywhere. Ooh, we're actually not here, which means there's a ship from Ireland. So then next, we wanted more oil, so we built this oil field. And then we went over to Ireland just to see, and we colonized Ireland using only boats. We didn't build any bridges across. So everything here is serviced by ships. Even the meat comes in on like a series of tiny boats, because I thought it was funny. Looks like they're actually jamming up traffic though. Any of you damaged? Send one for repairs. You can go there. Like, just get out of the way, bro. So we settled Ireland. They don't really produce anything. They have an oil field, and it just gets loaded onto boats. There's 3 boats that come through here. And they pick up all of the oil. Here, there he is. They have a nice theme park with some mods that actually move. But other than that, yeah, they just produce... They have their own, like, concrete and asphalt and stuff I couldn't ship across, just so we could build locally. And then they process their own garbage, because there's no boat that can hold garbage. That's pretty much all of Ireland. They don't really do much. And then we built Scotland. Is here. We got Soviet Glasgow. And I think we're going to have to spread out and take Edinburgh too. And they run steel mill, mechanical components, chemical factory, food plant. Bunch of different things, actually. Do we have a train on the way here yet? Percuss. Excellent. And now that we have chemicals, we can start making plastics. And because we have steel, once we have plastics and steel, you combine those into electronics and then electric components. And before you know it, you got everything. The rails in this republic are kind of brutal. I built almost no bridges. So it's all flatland intersections, even where you should probably make them avoid each other. Threw a few loops in afterwards. I used to have a crazy long train here that couldn't turn around. It was this one, actually. It's gone now, but it was percuss. Like a 400-meter long fuel train. It kept bunching up on the other side. Being rebuilt already? The passenger trains, we made them way bigger. Connected 2 of them and then a wagon. Really should be a turn there. Then he drops off some oil. We got liquid fertilizer too. That comes by train as well for the farm. Could have made the pipe do this. It didn't look as cool. That one kind of looks cool. 10 times longer. We got a little farm here. Did I set this up yet? Apparently. Load on field. Perfect. 16 out of 20. Means they weren't all built. I'll leave them with one. That's just a distribution office to help them pick up the crops. These crops over here, we were running out of food, so I figured I always build a farm right beside my chem plant, just so you don't have to transport anything to it. There's nothing being transported here. I love these chem plants. It needs gravel, so here's a gravel mine, which has people, but doesn't need them actually. Shouldn't have people. Don't think I gave it. Weird, it can have people but doesn't have water or sewer. Probably the only building in vanilla. Doesn't need water or sewer but has people. Anyways, gravel quarry doesn't need people. And then we got the gravel processor. I'm just storing gravel here, so that's one of the ingredients. Wood doesn't even need the processor, so somewhere here, there's just a wood cutting post. 10 people putting wood here. So this eats that wood. Oil comes in on a pipe. Crops, same thing. It's just a farm. Into a silo, into here, so there's no trucks. Water comes in on a pipe. Power comes in on a pole. Chemicals pop out. And you can plant trees anywhere. We planted this. And then I built more buildings, and then I deleted one of the farm fields to plant more trees. So, this is all done building though. Have tons of everything. Chemicals, coal. I did need more coal, slightly more coal. Should probably go process that. In Frankenberry. I have tons of raw coal, and I could definitely fit another mine here. This is a weird hill. Actually, we're not making bricks over here yet. We could make bricks too. Where do the people get dropped off here? There. Wonder if any of the buses are going back with extra people. I do have a few bouncing around. No. Yeah, we out of coal. Don't think I need another coal mine yet. And actually, this wouldn't be a good place for one. This is full. Kind of shit for the bus stop. I think I'm gonna put a coal. I'm gonna put this here. I'm gonna attach a brick factory to it too, so we can put another little bus line to it. And then this will add to that coal pile. Also, make bricks for my Republic. But I'm gonna want to put a helipad there too. Which I can put the helipad on the other side of this railroad with the factory connection underneath it. A little fin dangling. So that still needs sewer. Need one of these towers. Probably good. And then what did I say? Bricks? So yeah, we're not making bricks over here yet. I'm making them in Ireland, but it's probably easier just to... Here's the other one higher. The one on the back's higher. Sweet. I don't plan on exporting bricks. If I was planning on exporting bricks, I'd probably put a storage between these so I had buffers. I'm not planning on exporting bricks because they're like not valuable compared to our current exports. So I think this will be able to just feed directly off what this produces. And then I'm going to store the bricks themselves. Oh yeah, and I was going to... Yeah, okay. I'm going to want them on a train though. That messes up my road too. Okay, perfect. I can go into there. So that storage for the bricks. Oh yeah, perfect. My trucks are gonna end up driving here to get them. No, I'll move them by train to where they're already going, and I don't have to redo them all. And then helicopters. Oh, I didn't line it up right with the ports. They're high enough, right? Nobody's gonna drive here. His road can go out that side too, and then it won't cross the train tracks, actually. What are you... That's not terrible, it's weird. It's probably long enough. They don't really send the longest trains. That worked out even better. He doubled down and paid off. Yeah, that should just work. And then road. Oh, let's make sure helicopter. Get to the chop. Yeah, nobody needs to drive here. Where are we going with it though? Here? Might have to delete that. Or put a bridge over it. Or road across the railroad track. Don't want to do that. Go under this. Close, actually. Nice. I just lowered the terrain a bit here. We're gonna have them all come out this way so they don't cross that railroad track. This on the mountains, as long as you follow one of the height lines, you can pretty much get the road across anywhere. And over like a few meters, you can always go up one height line, even if it's super steep. And this let me put a road through here when I was testing. Now you wouldn't want to drive on that one, it's going to be pretty ugly, but for what we're doing, it works. That's a new coal processor. I gotta do to build that. Brick factory, storage for the bricks, cargo heliport, stand for large garbage containers. I need to get the people here still too, actually. Don't think they're walking from here. Actually would. Let's see. Maybe they will. Underpass. Oh, come on. Pixel exists. Oh, yeah, okay. So this, it won't let me pull it out. Oh, never mind. I was gonna say, sometimes it'll be cranky about letting you do this. If you put one off the other side first, then it could be a lot more forgiving. It's just not trying to snap the other way. Oh, I had it a second ago. It doesn't need to be right here. It could be there. I don't want them crossing the road. I'm trying putting it behind it and just see what happens. little bit further to walk. The other tunnel in the way. What about now? No. $400 meters now. That's about as far as they'd walk as it is. But, man, it's close. Looks like it's actually close. Like... It's probably easier to just build a second bus stop, but I'm curious now. Yeah, he's walking there now. Okay. Cool. It's slightly too far. Kind of wanted them both to go through here. Let's see if this works. I don't know what it is with the first piece. Kind of weird. Overkill, but it's buried, so you won't see it. Well, wait, he won't walk to this one. But if we're running, if we're running a dedicated one to both ones, put it on the other side. Definitely walk here. Path here easily too to build it. So I can build that with helicopters, but if this catches on fire, nobody can get to it. You actually need like a way to get there. Like that. And like that. I might have put that path too close. No, let go. Perfect. Now we don't even need a new bus stop. What did they need still? Waste. What's on the hill, eh? Over here? Garbage train? We'll probably need to add some power. We got the waste. I think they had power. Probably need to add one more power. It's right here. Bit of water and sewer. Train's already building. And now everyone is on the way. Begin. Train ride to the border. There used to only be one way. This way's not quite as good. Oh, you know what? We're not going to the border. I forgot we built the... I was getting the train right before the autosave. I forgot we built garbage processing here. So we're going to, like, domestic garbage processing. Wanted to go through London. Not enough wardens in prison. It says that once in a while. I don't really believe it. $45,000 souls. There's the prison bus. That's right. At the end of the last stream, I figured out how to make vehicles do things they're not supposed to. Couldn't figure out how to do it with the prison bus. I figured out how to make... You can put any vehicle in any situation. I forgot about that. So, like... where's... Here. We have an old ambulance? Here's a 30-year-old ambulance, right? Now, you can only put ambulances in a hospital, right? Like, if I were to go buy an ambulance, if I were to go buy something through the hospital, it will only show me ambulances. But if you use the replace vehicle feature, it lets you put any passenger vehicle for any other passenger vehicle. So now... we could have like an unmarked ambulance if we want, or you can put real police cars in the secret police, or regular police cars in the police station. I can make this bus an ambulance. I think it'll actually block the parking spots though, which is why I haven't done it yet, but like here. This is now an ambulance, even though it's not an ambulance. I don't know if it'll function like an ambulance. We should watch it. It's like ambulances only hold 1 people. This thing holds 11. See, I think if I put a bus here, it would block it. Being repaired. And does it behave like an emergency vehicle? Will people get out of his way? Will he ignore road signs? We need to make them sicker. His speedometer moves. He's doing something. Back over here. Can my ground vehicles reach anything else? Yeah, so now we got an ambulance in a weird spot. Wonder if it's time we get a few more helicopters too, actually. So if we're going to start being self-sufficient, we're not really going to need money anymore. Merton Esper? It's been solid at that. It hasn't gone up in like 10 years. It'd start going down soon if we didn't do anything. The electronics prices caught up to us. But yeah, we definitely... I'm also not exporting much. We're only really exporting fuel, so... But yeah, we've been okay financially. Oil on this map is worth a ton of money. So we've been kind of just milking that the whole game. Need flat terrain. Oh, messed this up, didn't I? Yeah, let's flatten it. Building in the way. I was thinking about attaching 2 of these to it, though. I went too fast. Just throwing a ton of helicopters in this one. Can attach too, right? The excavator I'm using ran out of gas. I'm probably going to go this way with it. So we'll add another 8 helicopters here. That should significantly speed up our clicking. These are all passenger choppers. These ones are all cargo choppers. And they have a lot of equipment too. Probably getting old by now. Notify. I think this is fuel. Must be. This just comes off there. I can't see myself building another chopper over here. Oh, that one's underground. Don't actually need to line it up perfectly because you won't see it. More money than you know what to do with. Yeah, I'm not even exporting the chemicals we're making yet, I don't think. We'll be moving on to computers soon, so then you have too much money. You cannot store or export chemicals. Looks like all of his trains are busy. Well, these aren't moving. Chem loading for trains. Load chemicals. Is this the wrong train? This is the wrong train. No, because he does crops too, it says. And plastics and shit. I've jumbled my train distribution offices too much. Maybe I should build them a new one. What do you do? Garbage. New. Unlabeled. You. Fuels. You. Aggregates. And you. Just the steel. Export. Okay. You. Garbage for this side. So what is this train distro? Yeah, he was just out of covered cars. So... Man, I wish I had any idea how this worked. How many more cars can I put in this? Why isn't it showing me a number, you know? I feel like it's a guessing game. I can try and put more boxcars in it. Where'd my train go? Here we are, the PM3. Boxcar, 15 meters, 53 tons. 15 meters, 54 tons. 17 meters, 55 tons. Do like the color. It's not a good meter to tonnage ratio. After you get to the customs house, bring those... It's here, right? Yeah. That's what he was doing anyways, was it? This is our only fast train. 90% of the other ones are the same train. And then one or two we haven't replaced yet. They're like the fastest vanilla train. But this one's like modded fast. Oh, and we're stuck behind our slowest train. Thomas. Hailstorm, sorry. Got to rename it. That's why I try to keep them all the same speed. If they're all the same speed, they all go down the rail like together. But when one's faster, it'll end up stopping, which causes the one behind it to stop, and then you know how that goes. Man, that's the one thing when they actually figure out like real full self-driving cars. Is when the light turns green, if all the cars are driving themselves and they're all programmed together, they can all start accelerating at the same time. Do you know what that would do for traffic? Everyone could hit the gas at the same time. All vehicles accelerate uniformly. Instead of one at a time, one after the other. Man. Instead of this, he has to go, then he goes. No, everyone at once. We'll probably take him off the rails. I wonder how many kilometers he's done. So he hasn't done anything. Ooh. Sneaky. 3,244 kilometers driving back and forth. Wrecking everyone else's day. Trying to put more train cars in that depot, and I don't know if it can hold more. There's like just an easy way to see that. Space for vehicles, 821 square meters. The train's length. Do they give width? Do they tell you the width of a train? No, it's not even one of the factors. So they don't technically give you enough numbers to generate square meters. Unless it's just length by length. I wonder how wide a Soviet track is. This is probably how wide the train is. We are almost there. I should really get rid of that. That slow engine. This is a pretty busy intersection here. They can actually wait here for a while. Right before you get into London. I made the track go through downtown to get to the border. Just so there'd always be trains and traffic. the boats. Everything that goes to Ireland has to go by boat. You boats sailing back and forth. This is how I move vehicles there. They were all breaking down yesterday. We kind of sent a bunch more buses and stuff over. Still a lot of old vehicles over there. Probably be easier to produce our own vehicles over there. Yeah, because if it's an island, the automated vehicle replacement doesn't work. It's kind of a pain. I bet you it would. I bet you even if I built the vehicle factory over there and didn't use it as a factory and just shipped brand new vehicles to it, I bet you it'd work. See? It's full. There wasn't enough room. It's full. You can go put those here. But I took 4 of them. Let's go sell some chemicals. And then they should be finishing up the brick factory soon. And then we'll set the bricks into the network. One last thing. And we're behind Thomas the Tank Engine. You're gonna need to do something else, I think. We give him a smaller route too. We should ship him over to Ireland and have him drive around over there. We're not even using that train network. That's perfect. Don't have a rail. This one. Way too easy. Love it when it works out like that. So when this is finished, I'm going to tell Thomas the Tank Engine to put himself on this boat and we'll ship him to Ireland. Make sure Ireland has a rail connected to its one. Yeah, and he'll pop out here, boom. Tons of rail built here, no trains. I shipped the 2 like trains you can put in boxes over, and I've just had them building rails, but there's not actually any other trains here at all. Like they're still working on it. Yeah, tons of railroads, but I haven't used any of them. Lots of railroad here too. There's actually one I was meaning to add on to. There's a rail that just kind of ends. Yeah, right here. Pretty long and it doesn't do anything. At the very least, maybe it should bypass this. Gonna be an extra passenger rail initially, but I never ended up using it. Thomas the Tank Engine bypass rail. Notify me when finished, yes. Should wake everybody up. Now we're not actually making asphalt or concrete here. All these have to go to the border. the line. Yeah, the single lane was here when we started. Never upgraded to double lane through the city. Probably a bad call. It's really close to being catastrophic. Just not quite catastrophic. This is where all the passengers get picked up right here. This is where traffic's bad. People waiting there. They're moving through the city, though. They wait like that, eh? I guess it's not. It's realistic. Drive the whole way slowly in the left lane, and then at the last second, off everyone to turn. Bricks to make bricks. Bricks on bricks. It's gonna be a little brick factory. One less thing on the list. Oh, just stopped production, but it was summer. Little piece of railroad finished. That's quick. Other kinds of engines do we have? Rail trucks. I wanted to see this one too, actually. Number 704. Wheels don't spin. Looks nice though. Thomas the Tank Engine right up front. Go do something. Stopped production. This one's paused. We never ended up building it. Yeah, Ireland really doesn't have much. Well, stop production notices, or just because it's warm out. Global market report. I wanted to try something actually. Closed if temperature above 50 Celsius. Maybe it just won't turn off. I'd rather burn the extra coal than have it send me a notification. This is never going to hit 50 Celsius, right? This is meant so you can save coal and set it lower than the default 24. You can do the opposite. Try and make it turn off the notification. Now, the reason I don't turn it off like this is because if it stops in the winter, they die. So it's a super important notification, but it's sent in error 80 times every summer. I wonder if that works. Every time one of them sends us a notification, I'll tell them not to shut off anymore. I don't know if I can remember where they all are. Telling on himself. Okay, okay. Restart. Sure, 500. Don't care. Boil that water. Water can't even hit 500 degrees, right? They're not steam pipes, are they? Are they steam pipes? I don't know. I don't think so. No, because the water's only like 90 degrees when it gets to the houses. Yeah, 87. It's very hot water. See, I forgot to give them somewhere they could build this from. There are vehicles on this road. But now there's not. Oh, you know what? I'm seeing this as a road break, and it's not. That's a path. I'm trying to get rid of this little nub here, so I can put a road here. And now this is a separated section of road. There's a path connect tool and the path thing. I have it hotkeyed to 3. Now it should disappear. That's weird. It doesn't really... There's something wonky going on with this road. I wonder if I missed marking it somewhere. That has something to do with it? Had something to do with it. It's the one way. I don't think anyone will ever drive there. Oh shoot, was I muted that whole time? Oh man. It's unfortunate. Thank you. I was like, what do you mean it's quiet? I checked the volume, I'm like, there's a helicopter right there. Yeah, sorry about that. I've been yapping my head off. Yeah, I must have muted it when I alt-tab. Fix the chat. I don't know why it hates Hensley, but it does. Just killed it again. Yeah, I have to take all color away for you to work. Trying to figure out how not to. Man, it's always something. Like leaving your mic muted. It has a bright red light on front too that flashes, but I recently got a pop filter that covers that, which I actually love because the light is never off. Like I wish the light kind of worked opposite and it was red when it was recording, but it's not. It's like bright red when it's just normal. It's never off. The light is always on. But yeah, definitely thanks for the mute. RIP. That game yesterday was pretty fun. I'm gonna read up a bit on it. Play again. Posted a guide to like the warp drives in my chat. And man, me just researching randomly was never gonna get anywhere. Like you actually have to pick one tech system and kind of go through it. I was gonna end up with ships that didn't function. It's like we're actually struggling for coal a bit. Oh, the tech tree was crazy. Yeah, but he breaks it down. He's like, I know there's thousands of choices, but there's really only these 13 paths you can go down 8 different ways each. To simplify it. Like, oh god. Yeah, I got a bit of reading to do. I only read the first page of an 8-page tutorial after I tried it, so now that I kind of see how it works, be able to look a little bit more. Who's missing fuel? In Ireland. That's not good. He gets the fuel. He'll be back soon enough. We're bringing 30% over at a time. Apparently it's not enough. Needs 40. Actually, we're out. Let's get 50. Send them now because it's kind of an emergency, but I'm pretty sure they get the fuel somewhere else. Is that the only fuel we have here? No, here's where they get fuel. Irish emergency fuel. Got the reserve tank full. So I'd send him, but he's like right about to go on his own. Come on, man. There you go. So there's 3 of these boats. 2 of them just bring fuel back and forth. One of them brings a tiny bit of bitumen with them, like 10%. And then this one brings oil over and fuel. So he's going to do this now. Leaves, he does this. We'll run into one of the other 3 because there was only one there. It's one of the other ones. He drives around. All the choppers over here. And he comes to his own harbor over here and dumps it off. And then loads up. He has his own storage somewhere. Vitamin, fuel. This one's not even full. I diverted a lot of oil to the chem plant. I wonder if I should have a boat picking up oil and bringing it back on the border, like buying it. Or if we should dig. The next oil is a pain in the ass. Underwater. Oh, wait, I downloaded a modded building for this. Let's see if it works. It needs people too, so we'd have to send a boat with people on it to it. I think. Does not look like it's there. Obsolete, probably not a good one. Oil rig, 400 workers. And then what, it has a pipe? Okay, it has pipe outputs, and then I guess you just send a boat to it? We don't need it right now. It's kind of neat, though. We have... Boats are so slow. I'm running out of parking, too. Citizens, there. Passenger harbor. Road on this side. So gonna put a passenger boat here and just see how long it takes. I've never built passenger boats, so... Or see if it even lets me assign it to the modded oil rig. I have no idea how it works. We could also spend a long time flattening out the land there. I don't want to do that. Too steep. Steepness is a lie. Kind of a semi-nice hill before. Will this need power or anything? Has power. No water or sewer, so it has everything it needs. Not even overloaded. Notify when finished. Stop production. No, I told it not to. Oh, missing coal. Okay. It's actually just dead. If I put one of these here, that wouldn't happen because it would force it in, keep this full. But it's also only heating this. Doesn't really matter. Now this should fix it. Sewage tank overflowing in a second when it's working. We're building a passenger if it works. And there's that one, oh, what is the word for the type of boat? Hydrofoil? Boeing hydrofoil boat? See if it can make it there. $153 tons of concrete, 34 tons of steel. Only one phase to build the passenger harbor. That's neat. That's where they're getting the concrete. Probably could have moved this one by truck. Going. Fuel, probably. Or they actually have enough stuff on the way that it's just going to finish. I wonder how long people will ride in a boat. It's still 4 hours. I don't feel like boats can get very far. Low education. That's not what I wanted. Sorry. Go home. They want alcohol and stuff. We don't have alcohol in our republic. We're down to 3% alcohol addiction nationwide. I've actually removed it so much from my people, it stopped showing up as a stat on most of my houses in London. Like, apparently when you bring it down to 0.0, it disappears off of the buildings. so I can't even call it up as a stat because they don't even know what alcohol is. One guy in this building had a drink at New Year's 3 years ago. That's what that is. Where is it? This should be done. 5 seconds. Foreign workers still in the choppers. Should probably make domestic workers for them at some point. Missing fuel. Yeah, that's gonna fix itself. Traffic jam. It's like the 4th traffic jam notification. It's probably real. So that's a snowplow. The only thing that has to drive down here is a snowplow. It's causing traffic jam notifications. Just going to get rid of that notification. No snowplows. Yeah, just don't go there. So now they just won't go up here. There's no reason to go up there. Unless it's on fire or something. This is our waste processing. So treating the hazardous. Apparently we're falling behind on that. Okay. Notify me when finished. Build another treatment. Why it's there. This isn't falling behind. They drop here too. So they drop the hazardous waste here, process it. That turns into mixed waste, and then we burn it. And then that's ash, and this guy just sits here, and when he's full, he goes to the American border. Or the Soviet border, actually. Yeah, there's only one NATO opening on this map. He takes too long. Whereas there's 3 Soviet ones, so the other things can kind of go around them. Tell me if it's overflowing. Yeah. Rebuilding the steel mill. It's almost done. Is that our fuel? No, not even close. Yeah, we're out of gas over here. They're not using the emergency fuel. Actually, that wouldn't be hard to set up. You would be empty. Or full, I mean. I can't give him another place. Let's let him go. Gonna hurt. How far out is the fuel? Oh, he's made it pretty far. Or I missed him completely. Oh, sneaky. Went around this way. May need a second gas station. I built gas stations everywhere. I don't put fuel in my construction offices, though. So they all have to fuel up at gas stations. I don't know how many I'd have. Gas station. There's 30 things on a page. That's probably about 20. Just over 30 gas stations. Yeah, it can be definitely be beneficial with refuel your excavators and stuff right in the depot. I wish they had a switch on them. So if you put gas in your construction office, excuse me. If you put gas in a construction office, they're only allowed to get gas at the construction office. So, like if this dump truck, like it wouldn't really matter for this one because he's picking up most of his stuff right here. But for instance, if I send them to build over here, which I often do, I can set that depot to pick up steel here, and then that truck from way over there will come get this steel and drop it at the constructions. And if he needs gas, he'll go to this gas station and get gas, and then just keep working. Unless there's gas in your construction depot, which tells him he's not allowed to get gas at any other gas station. And anytime he gets gas, he has to come back to the depot. So that's really the only difference is, do you want him to only get gas here, or can he get gas everywhere else on the map? For the excavators and stuff, if you transport them by vehicle, if you use this, it's probably better to have gas in the depot. But I kind of just let them drive around too. I probably have like 10 construction depots too across the map. I put gas in the distribution offices. This one apparently doesn't even have anything. Where's the new dock? Gas. Don't actually want anyone here yet. Apparently I can't buy a boat from there. Can you hold people? "21 knots. Aircraft carrier does 26. We get a speedboat. 40 knots. There it is. It doesn't actually do the thing. Come up out of the water like it's supposed to. Hydrofoils. And he definitely just hit bottom there. It's actually pretty quick. Did we try that oil rig thing? Can I get people to walk here? Paths are not nearly forgiving as roads. That would work. I have it turned off, so it doesn't really matter. And then where's our buddy? Got held up. He would load there and go to the oil rig. I'm curious how it works. Does it need power? What did I want to test before I built the mod? Oh, if I can actually get people here. Yeah, let's just put a boy here. Missing alcohol. I have a train set to sell it all. Load workers. And just bring them there. Oh yeah, they can't get here yet. That's fair. So do you want to see a trick, actually? I don't know if it works with boats, too. This works with buses. There's not always going to be people there. Just put 2 load orders side by side. It should flick between them instead of leaving. He just seems to be chilling. Maybe boats wait? I know with buses you can do this. They won't bounce off. Let's see what happens if I remove this one. Oh, he's out of gas. Oh, and there's no gas here, so they haven't been able to fill it up. Okay. Leave the double load here for now. Should work. But yeah, he just ran out of gas. And the gas is... almost on a boat. Stopped production. Weird, we have coal now. Missing fuel. So yeah, when he comes over here, he drops off all the oil from Ireland and then picks up fuel and goes back. I had him on 30% for years. Ever since we founded Ireland. I guess since I sent the extra trains there to drive around, it's outgrown its thing. You know what? I bet that's what it was. It's the new big boat I've been sending there. Did we get the trains here? Did. They done building the railroad? No. The road here's not marked, so I'm not going to send the trains out yet. Otherwise, these guys won't keep driving around. Yeah, then I'm just gonna have useless trains ripping around there. So, yeah, there's not gonna be fuel here for a minute. But I doubled how much we're bringing there, which will be overkill, so we shouldn't need to do it again. Oil. Where's your fuel? See, this one's not filling up very quick. So now they're going to fill this one first. This is just export, so it should have been going there last. We added this on recently. Just never really came up. Notify when empty. So now this guy shouldn't be filling. He is, but shouldn't be. Anyways, that's filling up too. That's all that really matters. This guy exports bitumen. That passenger train won't have fuel until he gets over there. Make sure the bricks are working properly, so just built that. No workers. What do you mean? And they won't walk there now. we've already switched our bricks over. It's not a big deal, but this worked when we built it. That's why we built it. Oh, that's a long tunnel to fail. Just not quite, eh? It's like a centimeter off, I bet. Unfortunate. In the meantime, I'm pretty sure I built that because it did reach. Just killed that whole factory. Whoops. That is kind of fair. That's a underground septic tank. There we go. Now it'll reach, right? It's ugly, but again, it's buried. If it wasn't buried, I'd probably tear the other one out. But, where it's buried, what are you gonna do? Accidents happen, so now they'll walk to the brick factory. Places are probably going to start running out of bricks, because I did switch that over a bit early. The coal mines? Or to the steel mill, I should say. Weird they go this way now. This was just kind of a make-work rail we were building. It's good that this guy goes this way, because he's the longest train. We should probably build, plastic and computers next. Plastics, chemicals, and steel. Electronic components. Then, electronics are plastics, electronic components, mechanical components. There's only 4 ingredients. Chemicals, plastics, steel, electronic components, mechanical components, electronics. All of those but steel fit in the same warehouse. Scotland. place to have to get going. In a nick of time. Burn through it so fast. What are you doing? Bringing mechanical components somewhere useful. Excellent. Okay, perfect. They probably don't have fuel there yet. I don't know where I'm going to build the next factory, really. We already have people on trains. We could do it over here. DDoS, hello? Just kind of chilling. We gotta build the... We don't have electronics being made yet, so I think I might do that next. Yeah, I saw you were playing again. We're doing, this is on the DLC map, the British Isles. I have Ireland operating entirely fueled by boats. We've taken most of the oil on the map now. We have our meat and food and clothes down here. Got our friggin' London, our city, population center, prisons and stuff are here. Oil production, all the big clusters by themselves are mostly oil fields. Got oil coming by train, oil coming by boat, oil coming by truck. Pretty much all the oil on the map's been taken, and then we got Scotland going too. Wow, long time. Yeah, it's a nice looking city. It's coming together. And so I found a mod, because there's oil in the ocean on this map. I'm not sure why. So I found an oil rig mod. And I'm going to see if we can get boats to go to it, because it has workers. I don't know. If I can get boats to go to it, and then we'll truck the oil back too, because we're running out of oil now. Actually, I haven't even checked. Is the... Yeah, this is Ireland, entirely fed with boats, but it's kind of useless. It's just an oil field. We could... Everyone in Ireland could die, and it would not affect our republic at all. That's not true. My helicopters would lose access to cement. We do produce the republic's flying cement here. Coal loading. And yeah, we just kind of been working on the big factories for a bit. This is Scotland. Old and new. Haven't planted any trees or decorated. Actually, I probably haven't put communism down here yet. There's a little, there's none over here. Everyone goes to the bus stop. the issue here? There you go. Add in a little bit of communism. We're gonna need to add more people here too, I think. Well, the train station's pretty busy. Might make a new one. It's not filling up. You can hold 900 at a time. We got this running the large steel mill and the large chem plant. We're actually running pretty good. He can't export chemicals. I'm not selling them right now. I was kind of doing that manually for a minute. I don't know which city I want to make bigger, or if we just make a new city. Run an electronics plant. If I put it here, it's kind of easy, 'cause we already got most of the ingredients. Like, need steel, mechanical components, which are here and here. Chemicals, which is here. What does plastic need? More importantly, where is plastic? Chemicals and oil. So that's all here too. It's all on a train though. I don't know if I really want to put more people here. Although I have a bus stop there. Another one over here. Where do you go? Right here? Running out of flat land over there. So many towns. This is kind of looking like the biggest spot. Unless we wanted to build the electronics in Ireland. But then I need a lot more boats to transport everything across the water. That could be kind of a pain. It's already all being transported, but in tiny amounts because we're not really using it. We brought fuel here yet? No. Where you at, buddy? Hasn't even left today, sir. I think I might have to start importing oil. Like if I don't, I could stop exporting fuel and bitumen. I actually can't. That's like my entire economy. Although we're not really exporting our steel and stuff at all. I'm kind of just letting that all sit around. Like this. Like we could sell mechanical components and chemicals and shit. Yeah, it's weird. I had Ireland set at the same amount of fuel forever. I wonder what's wrong. Oh, you know what it is? We replaced all the vehicles over there. Oh, I had a bunch of tiny, crappy buses, because the first boat we sent over there was small, so I sent a ton of tiny buses, and I replaced them all with Mars 305s, just for simplicity. So the auto vehicle replacement apparently doesn't work on an island. And the Mars 305s suck back gas, and I never turned it up. That's what would have done it. Doesn't really matter. Like I said, their purpose is to produce oil. The only reason there's so many people there is to run their own heat in prison and stuff, and the novelty. If they all die, I just have to switch the construction source for my helicopters to the border. This is a really nice map, though. It's kind of followed what was already there. That's the other rail line I'm thinking about using. The new factory. That was going to be a passenger rail line from London. Kind of ends there. And has for like 50 years, so. This is a long ass way. I want to see what a train load of mechanical components is worth. What do you mean? Passing each other straight. You weren't even turning. I didn't use like any bridges this game for the trains. I kinda hate it, but I got them flown okay now. That needed its own bypass rail. That worked exactly like it was supposed to there. Love it when that happens. This is a terrible design. Everything loops in, and they all have to come back through the same two rail intersection. I've done this on almost every map I've done, just to kind of push the bounds of an intersection to figure them out better. I'm good at the one-to-many. It's the many-to-one start failing at. It's like we're looking at 3.5, 4 million ripples? 3.5. They're actually two separate rail systems. They shouldn't go on them. I had to give them a waypoint. They kept coming out this way. They have a waypoint somewhere here. I don't often use waypoints. They're going way too frequently to be on the cargo track, and there's a super long coal train that goes by once in a while. It really holds things up. There he is. He's patient sometimes. He takes too long to go. Line up to drop off. Correct. To do it, just kind of space it out more even. They'll be able to go earlier. Go right when he crosses there instead of there. Probably be even better here. I'll do that. You're okay, buddy. Don't worry. Even your 375. Wow, this one's full. So many people moving. Because he can go. Didn't really change anything, did it? Okay, yeah, no, it's working now. They're pretty frequent, but I mean, these are the two biggest buildings in the game. Need people, and they're supporting industries. We got the... So this chem plant, I just got the gravel here. Gravel quarry. Gravel processor. Gravel. Straight into it. So no trucks for the gravel. And same thing with the farm. I just built a farm attached to it. I need more food anyway, so I got a little food factory here too. But farm, granary, straight into the chem plant. So no trucks for the grain, and then the wood is the same thing. I just built a wood cutter here, planted trees under the power lines, and not even turning them into boards. Just straight into the chem plant. And then everything else comes via pipe. So there's no trucks going into it, and just a train takes this. But now, we do need plastic. And I'm definitely not recycling it. Oh, this was supposed to notify me. There it is. Okay, the bricks are working, so that path worked. That, and this. Who brings you your chemicals? This guy? The same thing here. See, now of course it burned through it all, right? This was however half full, which is why I constructed the second one. We still haven't built this yet. This is just hazardous waste into mixed waste, burn the mixed waste, into a train to the border. Disposing of the ashes. Good place to use it too, actually, because I'm not exporting the power, so you have to make sure you use the power to burn it. But like, these things use so much power. I built them their own power plant, but it throttles down with this. Still don't know where I'm gonna put plastic factory. I think it's gonna go here. So I was thinking about making Edinburgh Soviet city too, just because I already have the supplies right here. Where the highways meet up. Poor Leeds. Leeds is gonna go from a tiny town to a 2-lane highway, and I think I'm gonna branch it off here. Let's do that. There's not really a point in this. Okay, well, it's not 2-lane for the city, though. Who knows? Maybe the town will grow. I'm not expecting much traffic out here, otherwise I'd actually make nicer intersections. I figure, might as well start the road. Missing fuel. Should be fixed in a second. I wish there was something in the notification like, hey man, notify me when that's better now. I'm aware of the problem. There's emergency fuel over there if people like actually start dying or something. This was just so garbage trucks go here when this piece of road isn't being cancelled. That was not correct, I don't think. Just only need the one. In case. Build that. We're actually not making asphalt yet either, so we're gonna have to buy all that. Don't think we go that way. They're gonna come through the mountain. That's where everyone comes from. Theoretically, go this way. I have a feeling like they're gonna end up going this way. This has got to be the worst intersection. Should undo that one. I didn't even leave room to make it 2-lane there. Okay, no, let's forget about that one. Traffic's not bad enough for any of this anyways. Build. Oh man, it didn't track. I think that should get it. These things are great, man. Where's the machine? I could have combined all these and it's like, this probably shouldn't be its own job. Probably should have combined that. Just for sheer helicopter trips, but we're not really doing anything else. Now we got like a baseline road here. Where's it flattest? Right here. Perfect, and this is where we got the 2 train rails. One of them just ends here. We're gonna take the people from London. They're pretty taxed out. The city's super easy to expand here. Or we can build Edinburgh. Have them come from there. Either way, I should keep this rail isolated. I think maybe we expand onto London. Just right here. Force them into a train station right here. Because this whole rail's not being used yet. They can ride the train to here. Probably actually turn off here. We can bring in the workers via train. Right on the coast? Plastic factory. 3 tons of chemicals, 27 tons of oil. Oil comes in a pipe, so that's simple. So... Man, you know, I never use forklifts. We could bring around with forklifts. It's 3 tons of chemicals. It's not a heavy load. What do I want? And then everything else is super tiny too, isn't it? 2 tons, 2 tons, 2.6 tons. I would completely regret using forklifts. Let's use forklifts on the meat. I kinda hate forklifts. Oh, how many plastic factories do we want? 60 people each. 6.6 tons of workday. Might be having a brain moment. The waste. No. Brass taxiway. It's our nice natural coastline. The grass taxiway is like 1,000 times multiplier on terraforming speed. Closer. hate it sometimes. I don't think I'm gonna get it though. Not like that. But different way. This is a dump, right? Yeah. That's 4 plastic factories connected to the same dump. Wrong dump. Are you serious? Whoops. Unfortunate. With the helicopters, it's a pain too, because they'll start building it. I hope they're assigned to enough. That's another good argument, I guess, for building 10,000 miles of road. Because they're busy for a second. Alright, so we got garbage off those, and then they're going to want to make plastic, and that uses just chemicals and oil, right? Kind of blocking the roads for those two. We're going to spend a lot of money on this. I think it works with tunnels. Nice. Or bridges. No, bridges will look weird. Be like, why did you build a bridge to get to that building? Whereas tunnels will just look hidden. Yeah, so these can both get out, which is perfect. You know what? We'll take it. Two worst roads ever. So that's 4 chemical factories. Or 4 of these. We're going to put the chemicals in here. And then they just take oil and they'll put all their plastic out into here. And as for the oil, kind of come in anywhere. We can put the oil in after. This is just pipes. And then the roads. I can have roads coming out both sides. That one there. We're going to want to load a train from here, I think. Or cargo. Could use the smallest one, except it doesn't have a loader on the end. I want to load it through the nose. That. We'll also have rails here. That's the old dump. Don't need the 4 rails, but here. Might as well just set this up now. Get them building it while they're out of the way. That felt kind of wrong. So they're going to come in here. I think I'll just put the cross here. Then it'll just be a chain going in, block going out. For now, I'm just going to mark it like that. So construction trains can get to it. 5 choices here. Yeah, that works. Anything important? You guys yelling at me? 6 pages. Nah, they're fine. Now, that rail line was going to hook into this rail line. People were going to come on this rail line. This one's not for the people. I'm not going to load any oil. I don't think. I might pump it directly from here. Why did he not stop there? Oh, you unloaded fuel? And that is really quick. Okay. If I branch it off here, they can't go that way. Oh, are we going to make this into one of those shitty intersections again? I think so. Make the worst intersection ever. Is this busy? It's gonna make one that goes straight through, and then 2 more branching off. So that they could take every direction by hitting this. And also have them come in like that. They don't have to go straight through, or we could put a bridge. And actually with this, even if we put it in the one way, we can do this. Crossing not allowed. It is, though. It just doesn't know it yet. Everything's allowed if you're patient enough. Power lines. Where are we going? We don't really know yet. Okay. This way. power lines again. Yeah, next Republic, we're doing no on-ground intersections. This one, we're getting good practice in. I don't want to hit that one. New intersection. Cut her off. Correct. And neither's that, to be fair. They're gonna have trouble building it if I make it all one way now, though. That's why that was there, so they could build both sides. And hit this, cross, hit everything. And we're way out of range. My train construction office. Still haven't bought a tunnel built her. I don't think, no, not a single rail tunnel yet. See, that's one way there, so they can't get to it from that side. They will be able to go past here and come back, though. Or I could change the signal temporarily. And that's all 6 assigned, so they should carry on through there. Should finish all that. Perfect. So that will allow us to connect this in. I don't quite know where it's going to go yet. I might leave it for a second. We're going to have a lot more here. So this is just plastic. And then, what are we going to make with the plastic? Electric components, plastic, steel, chemicals. So we're gonna have plastic and chemicals in here already. Might as well just take off this. And we need steel. These things have punk connections. It's not great. Disconnected to all 4. I could use something to move plastic out of this, maybe. I think I need more electronic components than that. And they need to be connected to steel. I could bring the steel to them with the trucks, actually. We don't have anything on trucks here. That's the same angle there. Not bad. I wonder if these connect nicely. Train waiting too long. We should probably investigate that. Same height? Yeah, they're not the same height. So those four are connected to this. Don't need these. So I can put the steel there. Should we do it by train? Seems kind of ridiculous. Going to. Seems kind of ridiculous. Blocks the road again. More tunnels. This is gonna be Tunnel City. No? There. Make sure we can get the tunnel. Okay, so we got tunnels out. This is ridiculously expensive. That's all those roads connected. This needs to be connected. These will need to be connected. Building that right now. So that'll be the steel. We'll need lots of garbage trucks for this, but we can just put garbages down. Ooh, garbages. Tunnels. Luckily, we got these tiny ones. Doesn't hold as much as this. This holds 156 tons. These only hold 30. That one. 32. How much garbage do they hold on their own? 12 tons? And that's not the right building. 15 tons. You know, that might be enough. I'm not bringing it far. I can even tell them to bring it close. Yeah, we'll just build the depot. Service the garbage with trucks. That should be fine. Well, we could consolidate it. Big containers, right? Maybe, maybe, maybe. Calculated. This cares about that, but that doesn't care about this. Makes sense. Just order of operations. Doesn't make sense. That's how it works. Trains. Stick it to like there. And then what's the last step take? Oh, we need to bring passengers in here too. Right here, probably. Oh, no, definitely not. Forgot about the people. Okay, they'll walk that far. Just drop them here. But what does the computer take? Or maybe we just make plastics and electronic components here. Like the actual electronics somewhere else? Yeah. Yeah, because they need mechanical components too and stuff. This is enough for now. Good. Notify when finished, so I can connect that up. And then we'll need to train. For the citizens. So we can put this here. Nobody's building this yet. These go there. Won't walk anywhere yet because we haven't connected anywhere yet. That makes sense. We're gonna end up using a lot of pedestrian tunnels too. Not just 2 of them should work. 2 of them. Here. Here. Off kilter. And then who didn't have one yet? This one. It's a road. This would be the mirrored one. Not mirrored, that's road. You can come here. See that? It doesn't let you drag 2 roads, the same side of one road. But we just kind of flop one around and it doesn't care. Those 2, and then we got these 4. Which don't all need a separate one, but I have to be able to build these actually. So I can build these 2, I can build that one, build this one. These would have to actually connect to that road, which is cool, we can do that. And then they'll walk in, yeah, so that works. That one, this one. Garbage, garbage, path. Oh man, figured it out. Pedestrian tunnels. They can be kind of picky sometimes. Don't know why. Come on, man. Somewhere where you want to make a tunnel, right? Might have put it slightly too close to the building. Too steep, yeah. Don't care, works for me. That one. Seemed overly difficult. And this is what my first mega city had so many tunnels. This is reminding me of that. Just everything underground. Only I spent a bit more time on that one. This is industrial. We're gonna bury it and never see it again. So that should be walking to every business. Perfect. So they walk to every business. We got to bring the oil in on a pipe. We got a dump for these four. These ones are gonna have to be serviced by a truck. But then they use something. That's right. They use chemicals and oil. So run the oil pipe in. Chemicals will be here. And then they make plastic and spit it out here. And then the electronic components use chemicals and plastic, which will both be in here. And steel, which we're going to bring to these. And then they'll put their electronic components back here. And then that's all hooked into a train. So what's this? There's no way it's gonna let me do this. So, it's not letting me do it because it's too close to an intersection. It should no longer be an intersection, I don't think. I think I can make them drive through here to get to the other one. That's the plan. They have to go through this one. Not sure how it'll work. that. And I've wrecked it. Kind of ruined the front, but there. They can go through to that. That's probably not the best way. I'll probably have this one come out back. Meet up with this other thing too, just because. See how that goes. And then this passenger line was going to be something entirely separate from everything else. You were going to hook into that. Kind of sick of waiting to see if that's doing his thing. It's an okay looking little factory. I didn't actually look at the numbers. How many plastic things are you supposed to have for each? Electronics. Maximum production per workday, 6.6 tons. Advanced industry. Consumption, 2.6 tons. Yeah, so we'll have some extra plastic, which is great. They can't get to half of it, because I never finished the tunnels. There are a lot of tunnels. What's going on here? Electricity problems. What's up? Oh, are they walking to my boat station now? Okay, I took too many people. That's fair. Why don't you have people? Load them. What? Oh, he's still out of gas. Is there no power here? There's power. Man, the fuel still hasn't got here. That's crazy. Where you at, bud? Still loading fuel. Okay, go to Ireland. Jesus. Now, why are all these trains waiting too long? What's going on? Who's spamming me? Okay, I think the trains actually are stuck somewhere. What's up? You idiot. Oh, you lost that light. There you go. Yeah, that can go too. Trains in, blocks out. I just made that whole thing one intersection, so they'll be able to get around each other now. I should have done that a while ago, actually. That one's blocked up before. He's still in the way. I gotta let her go first here. Get out of the way, man. There's probably like 50 trains trying to get through here. Container or dump is full. Yeah. Waiting on trains. That's fine. I ignore notifications. I'm really bad for that. I didn't mean to build this one. So this is actually a neat trick. All the stuff is here, and all it needs is workers to finish, so it's super quick, but you can pause it like right before it's finished, and then it never needs maintenance. Despite it having all of the stuff, it's way better than turning it off. You can just pause it right before it's finished, and then whenever you need it, you just click it, and it needs like one truck to go to it. You could just let it build too, but we don't need it. I'd rather have it not working and suspended so that when the other one actually stops working, like this one did, we ran out of processing, I can just build the second one. That's good. Go home. Some train track. Angle of crossing is too sharp. Stopped right before it was done. I'll make that a separate job. Construction trains. Oh, they're the ones holding up the rail. That's fair. I did tell them to go backwards down the rail. And build this, which I probably shouldn't have done. Could have easily just put a bridge in. It's too late now. They've started. Literally can't go back. So that's the rail. Road. Fire coverage out here? Probably not. Put a fire station down here. Where are all the roads going to meet up? Yeah, let's put a fire station where all of the roads meet up. Little tunnel. Mess that up. It's gonna be a long ass tunnel. Shit. I'm gonna want to keep it kind of away from the door a bit. In case we actually want to put a thing. Bean Man. Real deal. Too short. How we doing, Bean Man? Hydrate. I can do that for you. Heidi ho. I'm good. What movie did I watch recently? Okay, so I saw friggin' the Minecraft movie, but I watched it at home. And whatever version I found of it was not completed. It's really interesting, actually, to watch. The friggin' like villagers in the movie and stuff that are supposed to be CGI were people with hoods on with like the villagers' shape, but you could just see their faces in it. And friggin' none of the characters' mouths moved that weren't human. They were all just like characters. I've never actually seen an unfinished like AAA movie. It was really weird. And the dog was different textures and colors in every scene. It was really weird. It was like obviously somebody got it for editing and released it early. we had 4 tunnels. Yeah, there's 2 more here. Yeah, it was kind of weird. It was just like, this is not finished. At first we were like, this is bad. Right? We just thought it was really bad. Then it got to one scene and it was like, oh, this is not finished. Like, not even close. Kind of angles that one on. Kind of like that. Need to see that version. I can send you the link actually in the Discord if you want after. I don't know it exactly right now. It was upstairs. Yeah, it was an unfinished version of a movie. It was super weird. I can put it in your Discord too, actually, if you want. Yeah, it was actually really weird. It was just, there's a lot of stuff not done. And what was even weirder is in the scenes where they were in the Minecraft world, like Jack Black and that, it was almost like they had a TikTok filter around them. You know that like fuzzy, crappy background block filter that TikTok has? Like the really fuzzy one where it's obvious. It's not like clean at all. In the action scenes, it was like that bad. The cutout around them, like it hadn't been cleaned up yet. Yeah, it was super weird. I'm trying to think any other interesting movies I've seen lately. I watched this new Dracula movie. Again, I think it was Dracula. It was a vampire movie of some sort. It was not a vampire movie. I thought it was going to be like a regular vampire movie. It was weird. I'm not sure. It's not what I was expecting. Nosferatu. Some Nosferatu movie that came out within the last year. Would not recommend. It was gross. It was more gross than it was anything. Man, you haven't had fuel in 4 freaking ever. Where is he? You go there. He's here. He's on the way. He's just being slow. So who's out of power? Ireland. Yes, they're not getting to work because I did this. Let's just turn this off. Might need to add a couple more people here. We start running a passenger boat. This isn't even working yet. They could actually be out of gas too. Could just switch to the emergency fuel. Oh yeah, look, they're all out of gas. So their power's off. They're like dying. Is it winter? No, it's summer. They'll live. To be fair, it told me at the start of the stream we were out of gas. We didn't work very hard to help them. And there's more gas. I'm just way too lazy to click twice. Okay. What do you need to do? Basingstoke. Gas station free. Empty. Perfect. Delete. Load. Fuel. Irish emergency fuel. Turned on the emergency fuel. He's taking longer than I want him to. My bee, my cat, Anne. It was not very great. Yeah, I've seen a few weird ones. So they can't get anywhere because the buses are blocking the road. It's like a bad design. Do you have a depot I can send you to? No. If they've gone around, perfectly fine. That's, man, this game can be frustrating sometimes like that. It's like, guys, the road is blocked. Go around them. If you're not going to go around them, use the other road that's right freaking beside it. No heavy goods other than supply. No heavy goods vehicles. Not allowed to go that way, sir. There you go. I figured it out. Yeah, Ireland's out of gas. Well, they're not. I just didn't have the emergency fuel set up yet. Which I should have, to be fair. We built this in like the 70s or 80s though, and haven't had a problem with it since. It would close as a new one. They load so slowly. Oh, it's because there's no power. Yeah, that'll do it. One of the boats ran out of gas too. It's funny. Stopped production. They're really angry. Train waiting too long. Alright, what are these guys doing? Oh no. It's the construction trains again. I should have been babysitting him. Oh no, he's not blocking it. Like he is, but he has to. So this is going to provide a rail to our new. That's just going to make plastics and electronic components, and then we got electronics left. We're not making vehicles or anything yet. I think then we'll be making everything. Not all at once. I still have these people buying asphalt and stuff. Helicopters with people. I want them building all the roads. So that stuff's just gonna burn down too. Just get on it all. And then we needed fire station, that's right. And I wanted to know where all the tunnels came out first. And the answer ended up being right here. The other two come out there, but he'll definitely drive around there. We could even actually have two little fire stations. I guess if there's an earthquake at some point, we might need two. Just put there too. It shouldn't matter where I put them. The tunnels we put down. Oh, it does though. Heliport calculated. This one, not so much. Now I've buried the road. Oops. What I want? A little fire station. It's an okay looking angle, yeah. And then we'll put Lennon on the other side. I should do it. I got the garbages in for the ones in the back. And these ones. Yeah, and those ones. Perfect. Water, sewer. Should be water somewhere here. Oh. Please, buddy. He was going back home too. I should probably guide a few trains through this intersection. I can actually see them backed up all the way down over that hill. There's only 2 more? 3 more. Give me 10 seconds. All right. Where is he? What are you doing, bud? Oh, you're head on with another train? He wants to go that way. Okay. You turn around, which doesn't actually work. Don't hit him. It's because I have this set as one way. I don't know how he got through into the intersection. Oh, because this train drove past it because he's an idiot. Okay. Here. It's 2-way now. Go that way. He is really being stubborn. Oh, I have janked it out. Never seen that. Anyways, he got through. That's what I wanted. Take what you can get. Why are we out of food? It is on the way. But he stopped. Yeah. But he stopped. Why? Because I was trying to make it so they don't cross the road, because I like how it looks like that, but the game's too dumb for that. I like how that looks, right? They stop on either side of the road when they line up. Apparently, they don't understand. Okay. I can't believe that didn't come up before. That's been there for like 50 years. Electricity problem. Train waiting too long. Man, people are dying here. Actually, 5,000 people have died. We're down 5,000 people. I bet you everyone in Ireland's dead. I was joking about it earlier. I think I accidentally killed the Irish. No, it wasn't the Irish. Don't accidentally kill the Irish. Actually, all the houses are missing some people. Got the fuel there again. Let's see, where are there people missing? Yeah, it's definitely interesting. Friggin'... Where do the Scottish live? Probably Scotland, eh? Where's Glasgow? They're not dead, but they're about to be, because they're out of food. We're having some severe supply chain issues from me blocking up the railroad here. Train waiting too long, train waiting too long. Man. You can do it. Where are you going? Home? Out of the way. Oh, I never took this light out. So this intersection wasn't here and this used to be a light. That shouldn't be a light. That's what's been breaking it right there. Meat. There's some of the food we're waiting on. Yeah, we had 45,000 people. Definitely. This year. Whoops. It's a lot of deaths. It's an accident. It'll be fine. Should probably research increased birth rate. How you doing, guys? You okay? You getting through? Did the Irish ever get their fuel? Broken vehicle. Train? I'm just gonna delete that. He's finally here with the fuel. How much of the emergency fuel did we use? Okay, yeah, he's gonna have like an extra 1,000 tons. Yeah, the lead times over here are pretty crazy. No workers. Also don't think it has outputs. Yeah, it's turned off, or should be. Didn't mean to build that. Whoops. See, I guess these houses have to be pretty close to full. Let's just jack some people from, what, somewhere else. Edinburgh. I was thinking about building here anyways, and when you build, usually they run away. So what happened is I let them start going to this boat. At the same time they ran out of fuel. Hey, the boat's moving. And then I tanked the workforce and the power went out and we kind of just ignored the hell out of it. They'll be better now. They were pretty balanced over here for workforce in the beginning anyways. Should probably build them one more house. I also turned something on at this bus stop. Students. Yeah, that's fine though. There. Garbage. Couple more Irish houses. They should have everything, I think. Wow. What's this? Supermarket? And it's overwhelmed. Maybe that's what's bugging them. It could just be because I just moved like 500 people in at once, and the first thing they all go to do is get food, though. But it might actually be overwhelmed the whole time. I don't know. I haven't been paying attention. Could build another one. I think it's because I just moved a ton of people in. Or they're really low productivity. Yeah, that's what it is. They're low productivity because all their friends died. Which is, like, that's actually pretty fair. It'll go back up as they don't die. Let's follow a day in Galia Skarova's life. Free time. You got to the food. That's what matters. Not gonna get to the sport. Maybe? Not much time for propaganda. On to work. Apparently teleported to the hospital. He fell on his way to work and ended up in the hospital. Hello, Berliness. All the pre-pop houses in the game have dogs. Anytime you settle one of these pre-pop villages, it's just billions of dog noises. We got, food and shopping, eh? Hate the meat containers on these, though. needs a road. Yeah, that's probably the best spot down here, actually. Not quite, eh? Doesn't actually need to go there. Garbage. And people. Don't really want to interrupt that road right now. Tell me when this is done so we can fill that with food. I'll just build another mall here. Won't hurt. The roller coaster? Yeah, those are two neat little mods because they actually move. I enjoy these ones. Only when it's warm, though. Only when it's warm. Drive inside? I was gonna make a passenger boat. They didn't get on though, because they didn't have a destination, I think. I'm gonna try that oil well mod at some point, when we're almost done, just to see if it works. I found like an oil rig. I'm gonna see if I can transport people quick enough with this thing. Speedy Gonzalez here. It's going good, going good. Hydrofoil and everything, the one that comes up out of the water. I've been on a hovercraft. I've never been on a hydrofoil. Who's having problems? Man, I don't want to fix your problems. Yeah, they're actually pretty cool. They come up out of the water, so there's less resistance and they can really cook. Yeah, they're not efficient. Unless you need to move people fast, right? We have so many inefficient ferries here, it's ridiculous. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to be paying attention to my trains that are stuck. Okay, let's fix this. One, two more. He's on the third last one. Lower, but much more efficient. Yeah, it seems a lot of people have been going that way. It won't work. No, it'll be auto banned. So you can try. You can space it out. Like, you can trick it. I just have links blocked. So if you put like space.com. No, it just blocks the message. It blocks like 30 bots a day, just having every type of link blocked. But humans can easily get around it. I haven't set to auto do it. I don't prig with it. I'm saying just, you can write links, but just put like my link space. As long as the .com isn't connected, it won't ban it. It just bans anything with a dot. It's not a ban. It just won't show your message. I just have it set to auto hide them and auto delete them. Yes, with anything. Just don't put the dot in it. Yes, you won't get banned, Burliness. I wouldn't ban you. I've actually never banned anybody. Never banned a single person. Wanted to. No, it just hides the messages. You won't get in trouble. It's not even Twitch, it's something else. You can blame Mr. Brightshort. He gave me the wicked list. No, actually, it works fantastic. He gave me a lot of good suggestions for things to ban. Look at all of the trains waiting. People are dying, man. People are dying. No, I decided to make this intersection go this way, and it was a bad call. There's more? Oh no. They're pretty smart though, they can get through, because he's technically touching that. Oh yeah, because they have to come build all this. Once they're past this light though, it won't matter anymore. – 38 pages. Oh man, I've been ignoring way too many notifications. There are actually some in there I probably wanted though. There were a few construction completes I wanted. It should be green, by the way. It should be its own color. Construction complete and train waiting too long have nothing to do with each other. Oh no. I mark things with construction complete that I have to click on again, and then I forget that I built them forever, so unless I catch them here... 30 pages is a lot to ignore, though. You can't put the dot in it. Just don't push the period button. No, it got auto-killed. Yeah, you can't. You cannot use the period. Your link got banned. We gotta actually get the trains through here. We lost like 5,000 people. Are we going back up now? What? This year? Last year? That's not good. Nah, that'll swerve back up. There's actually research you can do to fix that too. Where you at, buddy? Yeah, I really messed up my trains there. One of these guys got stuck forever and we didn't pay attention to him. And I never really stuck around to fix it. Yeah, you didn't send anything though, because you put a link in. Just type the website without any dots in it. Or just type the name of the thing and people can look at it. Burliness. You cannot put links. You can type the website without putting a period in it, and it will work. If you put a link in, it will get auto-broken. I don't know how else to say that. Or just write the name of the thing you are talking about. Well, let's go check on our electronics plan. Or electronic components. That's gonna take a while to build too, actually. We do need to run passenger rail to it, so we need to figure out where we're gonna get people from. I don't know if you're trolling me or not. Okay, well, no link on Earth needs the www part. So if you just took that off, you didn't change anything. You need to take off the end. And start, just don't... What are you talking about? Name the object. I will Google it myself. Well, looks like we missed a road. This is actually the warehouse. I don't think I'm going to be using any trucks on it. I'm thinking I can still fit a loading depot off of it. I want to. Because they haven't built this road yet. Okay, that's a connection. So this will have to go out like this now. Nice, nice. All of our, well, not all of our ferries. We have like the main ferry to get to the island, but 90% of our ferries are to service islands with like 100 people on them. And are a massive drain on the economy. So they're just like tiny little boats, but they all carry cars and stuff too. A bit uglier, but now there's road cargo loading, and that's going to be like the main thing here. Just going to make that go here. $850 passengers, trucks and cars. I don't know the numbers on ours. I haven't ridden it in a while. It has a really good bar. I haven't asked too many technical questions anytime I've been on it. Food's okay. The arcades pay by the hour, which was nice. Just kind of go in there, get a few drinks. A wave-piercing catamaran. Yeah, those are nice looking boats. Missing fuel. Who's missing fuel? Okay, well that one doesn't need to notify me, because that's an export. That's supposed to be missing fuel. Missing a lot of things, man. We weren't paying any attention for like 2 hours. And it's all us too. That's what we get for not being careful before completely closing like the majorest intersection. Every train has to go through here and we just like blocked it. He's like, how am I supposed to get to that rail? I'm curious where you're going. That's what does it. He turns around. So he lets someone else into the intersection, but then he goes to re-enter it and it's not signaled to be entered from that side. He's gonna keep doing it too. They're gonna have to keep going down there for a bit. I'm gonna make a crossover here. Oh no. I'm gonna make a crossover here. And I unassigned them. Both. Shoot. And then I'll be able to tell them to switch here and I can make the intersection normal again. I'm super efficient? No, I'm not. Missing steel. On the way. Steel. Perfect. Everyone's just held up in traffic. Someone else was missing steel, it looks like. So he's actually waiting, which is good. I think he should get a full load. Even if there's not enough in here, he should be able to pull here. I wonder if he can pull... Should have connected those two so they could balance. He got what he needed though. We need to pay attention to the trains for a second. Once I get that cross thing built, I'll be able to fix it all. Let 5,000 people die. Normally I miss the notifications, but notice when they start steeply dropping off in population. That's looking better. Go home. So if they build these two, I'll just signal this part regularly. Not really regular, but send them in. Actually. Need 2 lights to do that. Wow. I don't know if I've seen them do that before. He just drove over a completed piece. Start again. It's neat. Technically it was this piece, but the first bit of it was built. See that? I don't know if I've ever witnessed them do that before. He's going to build more too. Alright, let's fix this. This one should be a chain too, but I don't want them stopping and waiting in the intersection. Stop back there if I leave it like that. And once he crosses that line, I can touch this rail without breaking it. And there, everyone should just drive through there now. I really shouldn't have put this here. We could have put a bridge. This part didn't even need to be here. I deserved it. I deserved it. Population's going back up though, pretty quick too. Oh, up, I just highlighted you. Missing steel, it's there, perfect. Unemployment too high. 36 workers without job. Why don't any of them have jobs? Oh, the train station got full. That's impressive. Because the train out of gas for some reason. It's weird. Where would they get their fuel? Right here. Oh, and it comes on a train. Bet you we actually ran out. He just brought it, and we're still out. This needs more gas. This needs more gas. He's trying as well. So, where do you get your fuel from? This one. You get it from here. Already output that to high. He gets it. Right from the horse's mouth. We need more oil. I'm gonna buy another oil tanker. Send him abroad. I wonder if a small one would be enough. I don't think I need a massive one. I don't think I want a massive one. Maybe like 3,000 tons, 4,000. I don't have any oil tankers downloaded. 600 tons, no. If I get one that's too big, I could jam up everything else. Where's the first one? Type 587, eh? You need to go Soviet border and load oil. Bring it here. Make a bit more gasoline. I'm using all the oil on the map. I just diverted our train to go over to the new chem plant, and it looks like it was too much. That's what money's for. I could stop exporting fuel for a minute too, actually. No, the oil price just dropped, didn't it? Yeah, we just read a notification about it dropping a minute ago. Otherwise, I'd just send him to leave right now so the export tank's backed up. I don't want to sell it. I don't know how much it was worth. Oil price has been so crazy on this map. I know this has been around 15,000, so it's actually pretty low right now. Well, now there's 4 boats picking up oil and bringing it here, but the other ones are kind of slower because they wait in Ireland to load. Whereas this one won't have that long of a run. The other ones have to drive around too. Actually, only like half a boat if they were close by. But they're all doing this. There's one going back. Here's one on the way. And then the third one's probably loading. Yeah. Inject a little bit more fuel. And these guys export fuel and bitumen. Now, he should be not getting anything. Oh, this is full. And this should be getting something, I think. So that's for the vehicles. Yeah, even that's low. Wow. But you know what it is? I bought 10 new helicopters. And I definitely have their fuel prioed first, don't I? I bought 10 new helicopters. And they're big modded ones that burn like 8 times the gas of the vanilla ones. That's what caused the fuel shortage. And then I told them to build a road around the continent for no reason at all. Yeah, okay. I drained the gasoline. That's fair. We'll get it fixed. Heating problem. That one's not real. Missing resource. Steel. Places are going to start running out of fuel soon, though. Watch this guy for a second. Operating without issues. They're so slow. Don't think I'll be using boats as much on my next playthrough. Although they are better. Your exports with boats don't drive down the price as much. It's actually like a quarter as much or something. So you can export like 4 times more before you start driving the price down. And like if you don't export something for I think it's 90 days, it resets like the exponential price drive. And boats can't even drive to the border and back in 90 days, so they always reset it. Whereas your trucks will hit it like every week, right? Today, please, sir. Back up to 41,000 people. Went from 45 to 40 when they died. Didn't even find out everywhere they died. Missing oil. Missing oil. Here you go. think they're burning it as fast as he's unloading it. No, not quite. It goes through like 30 tanks. They're not all filtered, because if you put one filter tank, nothing else can flow through it. It's kind of dangerous to do it this way. I shouldn't have done it, but I did, and it worked. But these are all for bitumen, for when the big ship's gone. These are all for fuel, and these are all for oil. Although this is fuel and bitumen, and that's fuel. Maybe just this is oil. There's also lots of oil here. That's oil. That's oil. There's another one here. They're all over. This is an oil field here. Got another oil field here. There's another tiny oil field over here somewhere. Over there, there's an oil field. Here. This is the one that used to come by train. But we switched this train now to go to here for the chem plant. And it's full, so this full? Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, let's keep bringing it to the refinery too. Let's go. Okay, so I let one of my oil fields back up too. Maybe we didn't need the boat. When I first turned on the chem plant, the field bled dry. I guess now that we're not using them as much. This will solve the fuel crisis, though. It's where we make the coal. Our next republic is not going to have a single rail crossing like that. Thinking about putting the people in London and bringing this through there. Won't fit here. I wanted a separate line so it's passengers. A bridge there though. Another bridge here. And it would go down there. He unloaded 2,700 tons and didn't even get 1,500 into this though, so it burned like 1,300 tons in the time it took him to unload the boat. Is that a road? It is. Probably should have used this one. Call in the ground, boys. Might as well at their park. They burn a lot less fuel than the helicopters. They just take a while. But I didn't send any buses, just a bunch of dump trucks to get some gravel or asphalt. I need to run and grab a glass of water. I'll be back in 1 second. How's our boy doing? Oh, we're clicked on the one in front of us, are we? How'd we get in this one? Yeah, it's a long Republic. We sent them from here. Parked right here. Went to the border. And we're about here right now, I guess. And they're going here. But we built all this with those trucks too, mostly. Actually, are there any construction trucks around here? To maintain it? Southport Technical Services. Where's the vehicle repair reach? All the way down to here. I'm going to put a construction office down in here so we have someone to maintain it. I'm going to leave that. This is the fuel distro, so the train does bring fuel here. And then we put the fuel anywhere north of here, gets fuel from here. It's actually from... I just pointed at my screen so you guys could see me pointing. No, it's these. It took my mouse away, so I pointed. I'll save. You want to go there? Put a gas station here. No power. Power here, gas station here. Oh, notify. That's the thing. Like, I place a gas station and then I'm like, notify me. And then if I miss the notification, I have a gas station sitting for years with no gas. I haven't run power or anything out here yet, so... Pretty long, bro. It's without gas stations on them. I haven't even figured out where we're getting the workers from yet. Or how we're getting them out, for that matter. Unemployment too high. Why was that again? Because the trains ran out of gas. Yeah. But it has gas, but you're out of gas? No refuel in range. About where you are. You figured it out, buddy. Good job. Were you blocking all of the trains too? I'll bet he was. He was too. Shoot. Okay, well that should be fixed now. Breakneck corner. I did let them run out of gas. It's kind of my bad. We've messed ourselves up with that before, too. Be polite with the road. Maybe take that out. Why did you just do that? Oh, I broke it. The thing I deleted was his waypoint. So if you click on like this is the second platform he picks up at, or he gets out here, and then you can put something after it, like between them. So I've clicked on that. Now I should be able to insert. And I did it wrong. Shit. I did it from the train itself, which means I just changed that singular train when what I wanted to do. Because he's on his own line now. I just made him his own line because he's the only one who got that change. Wanted to click on the train, open the line, click on the button, and then set it to the light. And then, I don't know if he got the memo. No, he didn't. Now he has the memo. Make sure he goes back the correct way. Missing alcohol. My people don't drink. That's why their happiness is so low. That and a lot of them died. But the alcohol addiction's super low. I just never gave them a bar. Forgot. Well, I skipped it intentionally at the start, and then I always meant to put it in, and now it's just like 70 years. Alright, he took his bypass road back. So, this is gonna need a sewer. Backwards, okay? This'll help. There it is. That makes more sense. It's a nice place for a port. We're gonna put a port there. There's this. It isn't. It's good. No bulldozers here. Where are we gonna put the construction depot? Notify when finished. Let's rush this. Get a bulldozer there so we can terraform a bit. Surprised we were able to build all this then without a bulldozer. Seems like something should have needed terraforming. No, it's pretty flat. We definitely terraformed that. I was just terraforming here. Couldn't have done that without terraforming. So I have an excavator, but not a bulldozer. I think I dug it down one level too deep. Alright, sewage discharge, sewage switch. Want this pretty low down too. So these are height lines. The lower this is, the easier it's going to be to hook everything up. Which one is a road? This one? sewage tank, so we got this one. Everything's going to be higher than it because it's right by the water. Like, the terrain kind of keeps going up really far inland. We got those ones. These ones, I don't think I missed anything. Put one in the middle to be sure. Building in the way. Oh, underground staircase. Underground tunnels. And then... British Isles, too. British Isles 1, we tried starting with tourism. I think it would have worked, actually, but, taken forever. Well, you know what it is. It's going down there. It can be above it right there. It can't be above it right here. We have to move this bird over. It just has to be here. That. And this. Same thing. 'Cause that's the tunnel entrance, so it's really high up there. Can't get past it. Over here, it doesn't care. That's sewage. We got another opening there too, which is good. Left one open down here. Sewage complete. Now we need water. Is that a person? Oh, no, it's a crossing. Water switch. Water switch, like a glove. Substation. Nothing else that way. Nothing else that way. That actually hit everything. I'm gonna put 2 in though, just to be sure. Could have hit the flip button. Oh, I never hooked up that. Okay, I see what it's supposed to be doing. I see what I did 8 seconds ago. Water, sewer. I believe I put garbage down when I built it. So, power. Where are we going to get the power? Oh. Speaker decided to turn off. train waiting too long. Okay, we ignored this before and 5,000 people died. They are. How did you get there? Okay, no, that's not right. There you go. The bigger the intersection is, they can see through big intersections like that. I'm gonna unmess this up too. No, this one's not good. This whole map is a terrible example of how to build trains. Like this, whatever this is happening. Not ideal. We'll start flowing again in a second. That must be our oil. I wonder if we have too much now with our new boat. You're not the new boat. We actually do have oil though. But we're buying it, see? The money's gone down. We've gone down like $300 million today. But we'll also be producing more, actually. So the money will go up faster. They just haven't exported yet. Yeah, he's got $200 million on board. Has it gone back up yet? Well, it was 10,000 last we checked? No, it's gone down a bit. Train waiting too long, traffic jam. Construction. Mall that I haven't put food in yet. I'm sure they love that. Price of oil dropped again. It dropped again. Ireland's second mall. Does the mall have 3 distribution offices? That seems excessive. That one's just empty. With no vehicles? So I must have copy pasted that to something else. We did have a bunch of vehicles break down here. Yeah, I'm not going to sort out what we did. I'm just going to tell whoever's going to that mall with this mall too. Sure, I trust you. Sounds good. No goods to sell. Couldn't pave the road while we were building the building, eh? Man, I just want a dirt path for a second. Don't really care. Those are my fuel distribution offices. Probably shouldn't block them both in at once. Random and lost. How we doing? Hope you guys are well. Lucky, we're just playing some workers and resources. Soviet Republic. This is Ireland. We're playing on British Isles map, so we're recreating the UK, but from a different perspective, I guess. This is London. And the base city was on the map, and then we just kind of threw in, you know, Tommy blocks. Scotland, Glasgow to be specific. What are we guys playing today? Random and Lost. Repo. Prison Architect. Sweet. Oh, we got prisons here. We got a prison system. I played the first one a bit. I actually haven't played the new one. We got Pool Prison and Burley Nest Prison. He's in chat a lot. So in this game, your people commit crime when they're like unhappy, they don't get food or something. My people don't get booze, but I don't think it makes them unhappy anymore because I've given them enough propaganda. But like if the power goes out or they can't find something, they commit crime. And then you have to have policemen. Here, they'll go around in their cars and capture the criminals. Or sometimes they don't, depends how long it takes them. And then when they get the criminal, they have to get them back to the station and investigate the crime, which has like different numbers, change the percentages. And if they successfully investigate the crime, it has to go to a courthouse, and then your judges can prosecute them. And if you prosecute them before the statute of limitations is up, they go to prison. She's apparently just chilling outside during her court case. She didn't even make it there. And now she's in prison. And you can set their sentences based on the crimes. There's not much architect part of it. This game? Oh, this game is actually... It's a insane city builder. It's more of a resource management. But yeah, that's just like the life of a criminal. Like, for instance, the water system. You have pipe capacities and flow and pressure and elevation affects it. So like if you have a water tower, it will provide water to anything under the height of its top. But like if you're higher up, it'll have less pressure. But if I built this water like in Scotland, for instance, Glasgow is pretty hilly. So like if I built that water tower down here, it wouldn't work well up there. Yeah, this game has a lot of crazy mechanics that kind of interact with each other. You got water pressure. You have to heat your houses yourself. So like you have central heating, and then it can produce so many cubic meters of water, which fall off over distance. Paid extra to bury my pipes. If the pipes are above ground, they're less efficient. They're more insulated underneath. Then you got to pipe the heated water into exchangers, which have a max capacity also. And then they spread the heat around the nearby buildings, and that scales with distance as well. So like this building's 74.9 Celsius, the radiator pipe's in it, and this one that's closer is at 76.7. That's just from that little bit of distance. 71. So if it got really cold out, this building, this kindergarten, I think, might get cold. And yeah, you got to get your workers to work. So for your basic worker to work, his child needs to be in kindergarten. He needs to have attained at least a basic education. He needs to be fed, have power and water. They like booze a lot. My happiness is low because I'm trying a dry society. They're a lot less productive. All my buildings are running at like 60% because they're unhappy. Hello, Cosmo. And yeah, like here's a typical comrade in his day. So he's traveling to work. He has to travel more than 4 hours at work for the day. He gets fed up, but he only traveled 2 hours and 17 minutes. Now he's got to work 8 hours. When he gets off work, he needs to find food and alcohol. He'll forget about the alcohol soon. I got propaganda playing on my radio station and the TV. A bit of anti-religion, anti-alcohol, you know? The state is your god kind of deal. And everything in the game is like that. It's all like a fine balancing act between all the mechanics. And so like once they have all of their needs met, these people can all work. Now, one person here couldn't find a sport. Well, probably because the pool was full when he went to go check, or the sport hall. And then they'll all walk a certain distance, but beyond walking, they can take public transport too if you have it set up. So like I have buses going around. Here I have a giant steel mill, and it needs 500 workers per shift, which is 1,500 a day. And then I have this chem plant, which is 700, so we need like a constant stream of thousands of people here. So I built a secondary rail track and joined a bunch of different trains together just because it's what I had. So I have 2 engines and 1 caboose because I needed it to be fast. And then this station refuels them and spaces them. And I have most people in this town ending up on this station, which just has hundreds and hundreds of people on it, who are actually all walking here. And you can click on any one of them and go throughout their entire day. Every person is simulated. Like here, we'll see what Menina's doing. So she's waiting on the platform now. There's 60 seconds, which is an hour of her time. She'll go home. She won't go home. She'll check for another job in range, and if she can't find one, she'll go home. But she's on the train now. So she's willing to ride in the vehicle for 4 hours. If she travels more than 5 hours, she'll lose free time after work and lose happiness, and then the productivity goes down, so she does less at work. And like, for instance, she needs electronics, and at the start of the game, they're super cheap to manufacture because it's 1960 and you're making radios. And so right now, the same electronics are computers. Like, that's where we're up to. So the recipe costs like 8 times more, but it's the same factories. So your factories slow down over time and you need more. I've been importing them the whole time, though. We're actually just getting to that. So I just built the big chemical plant, and now I'm building plastic warehouse, and then these are going to make like electronic components, and then we'll need to make another warehouse somewhere for computer chips. But for like something simpler, like any game would have, here's like the base food production chain. So I have a farm here, and you can send farmhands out to the fields, but I'm using machinery. It's way more efficient. So he just brought liquid fertilizer to the farm. So I have 2 types of fertilizer, liquid and solid. You can run both or one. Both, you can get a field up to 200% fertility. Apparently I'm not. I haven't really been paying attention to it. We've been elsewhere. We built this in 1960, which is like 100 hours ago. But so then these guys go out, and you have tractors, and the tractors will spread the fertilizer and stuff in the off season. Looks like they're doing it now. So he's currently spreading liquid fertilizer. If he was spreading regular, this would be going down. So he's spreading liquid fertilizer. And then in the fall, when they're grown, you have combines that go out and they pile it in the fields. And then you have trucks that pick it up from the combines. And I actually have a whole nother fleet of trucks here to help, so that's a pretty large farm. So in the fall, these guys all come out and pick up the crops, and they drop them in the granary. And then there's little like factory connections that can only be so long, and that directly transports between buildings. Otherwise you have to physically move it, like with the trucks. But these connections let you go between one and another building. So like this grain storage connected to a distillery, and they make booze, and then he has the connection and puts the booze in this warehouse, and then the warehouse has the connection, and the booze goes on this train, and then we export that to the west. Actually, that's where a lot of our dollars come from. Normally we'd be drinking it, but I decided to make a dry society and kind of stuck with it. And it's the same thing, so then these all have connections too. So like, these crops are eaten by this fabric factory that needs crops and chemicals and water and power. So the crops come from this granary, and the chemicals in this warehouse, because this is set to 2-way. So then he takes the chemicals and the crops, the water flows through this pipe, the sewage water flows out through that, and that has to go downhill, and I'm just dumping it in the river because there's not many environmental regulations. But so then the sewage comes out there, you got the power going into in the crops, and then he spits out fabric into here. But these are clothing factories that are taking the fabric out of here, turning it into freshly made Adidas, jamming it back into here, and then I pick it up with the train and distribute it around. And the farm can't keep up anymore. So that's a train from the border dropping off extra food. So he built a second farm. I could probably send this train to the other farm. But yeah, that's just like basic food production. And then there's like the electronics chain is like 15 things in a row. And this map has islands, so I decided to service this without using borders or vehicles, which made it a lot more complicated. So I have a ton of boats running back and forth. Like, if a vehicle breaks down, it takes me like 2 hours IRL to source a new vehicle, so I just have vehicles here rotting to make it easier on me. That's the fastest boat I have, but it's not actually doing anything yet. We don't quite have this set up. I'm going to see if I can set up a passenger boat line, which I've never used. I have a ton of tiny little fishing trawlers bringing meat to the island. This is Ireland. Its sole purpose is to pump this tiny bit of oil over to our main refinery, which is how we've been making money the whole game. So these are all oil pumps. They actually, you can see how much oil they're producing. How fast they're moving.
Alrighty.
That's how high quality of a spot they're sitting on.
Congratulations on first. I appreciate it. Thanks for the hate.
Your channel just started playing. Hopefully that hasn't been playing the whole time. Clicked on it a while ago. Just heard it now. Yeah, the game's pretty in-depth for a city builder. And then it's like a whole ass city builder too. And on top of that, there's no grid, which is like, well, there is a grid. You can use a grid, but you don't have to. Most city builders now, you have to use grids. Like, I don't use it, but there is one you can snap to, but all the buildings are like completely just free. And the maps are pretty huge. But this is a pretty late game one. We're getting close to producing a bit of everything. My goal in it is to never have to import anything. I want to be fully self-reliant, producing everything. Now, I don't ever really do that, because my computer's not quite powerful enough. If I build one of everything, including the auto factories, the FPS starts to be less than enjoyable. So this guy's bringing ashes here. Ashes from our incinerators. So we dump all our hazardous waste here, process it with chemicals to purify it here. It comes out as mixed waste, and then I'm burning it and turning it into power. And you actually have to use the power. So you can't just turn it into power that disappears. If you're not turning it into power, they can't burn it, because power would just blow up the lines. So there has to be a full power draw to actually make it work. Over here in Ireland, I'm just burning it and reburning the ashes. I'm not sure. There's no boat in vanilla that can transport garbage, so I had to figure out how to get rid of it. It's working, though. Take a little train ride across the Republic. They load garbage super slow. Everything's super slow. So actually, the game has, that's one of the actual best parts of it, is all of those mechanics, like the water, the sewer, the power, they're all individually turn-onable. So if you hate one of them, like, I don't understand the power, just turn it off individually. I don't like the water. I don't like picking up garbage. I don't like maintenance. Every building needs to be maintained. I don't like nighttime. There is no only nighttime option, which I was kind of disappointed with. But yeah, you can flick everything on and off, and one of them is the realistic mode, which is what makes it take so long. So you can place things and build them, kind of like at City Skylines, but I have realistic on. So they actually have to bring every material here, and the people, and it all goes in different stages. So like, if I want to make a road, they lay down a dirt road, and then they bring loads of gravel, lay down the gravel, and bring a bulldozer and flatten it out. And then another truck comes with a paver, and they bring asphalt, and they lay out the pavement. And then another truck comes bringing a roller, and they flatten the pavement. And then after like 6 months, you have a road. There's somebody paving. It's a pretty fun game, actually. And you don't pay your people, so that's the other shtick, is that it's communism. So your people produce things. Having more population isn't good if they're not producing things. There's no money changing hands within your republic. They eat whatever they want. They need sport. You need to keep them happy. And they don't pay for anything within the republic. All of the value comes from goods produced and exported. So there's no money that changes hands within the republic. You actually have to provide them good things. You can't just throw cash at them. I mean, we're just using cars and helicopters and basic stuff, too. There's so many types of transportation. There's friggin' bridges with tram tracks. There's trams, trolleys, buses, trains, metros, ships, planes, helicopters. Billions of mods. I have so many mods. We have oh here. What's Kim Jong-un's crazy hotel called? PY or RY, I think. Rugyong Hotel of the People. We can build Kim Jong-un's hotel. I haven't built this one yet. It holds 3,000 people. That's pretty crazy. But yeah, there's all kinds of stuff on the store too. Pizza Hut if you want. Billions of vehicles. Actually, we just shipped Thomas the Tank Engine over to Ireland and haven't used him yet. I forgot about him. He kept getting in the way. He's slower than all my other trains. I figured he'd do better over here. Yeah, there he is, chilling. I wonder if they're done building stuff over. There's nothing. I've just been building railroad tracks for fun over here. There's actually no real jobs in Ireland. I could put signals on the track. Have them going around over here. I haven't signaled any of this yet, though. You actually have to signal your train tracks properly. There are no trains running over here, so it doesn't really matter. Signal those later. He just needs a few things so I can tell him to go places. You. Oh, I don't have a train depot. Oh, I do, right here. No. I forget to build a train depot? Oh, there it is. The signature sound and everything, eh? Even the power, you have to switch from high voltage, medium voltage, low voltage. I have the wind power wired in to be used first. And then, while we're in Ireland, so there's coal plants to back up the wind. And then the incinerator actually gets prio over everything because it needs draw to run. So then, like these wind plants, they don't produce very much power. So I have them all wired in through a transformer into medium voltage where I'm using kind of a tiny wire because they don't produce much. And then I have all of their transformers plugged into the same transformer that goes out into a bigger wire. Put the power into this one, this one. So input 1 on this is wind power, input 2 is coal, input 3 is the incinerator. And then it outputs to different places. I just kind of label them. And they'd be glowing red if they were overloaded, but nobody here really uses power. Probably have some broken power over here somewhere. I saw that. So yeah, like this switch maxes out at 19, so it's cracking off 19 once in a while. Now I have my power grids there's a couple power plants down here. And the power plants kind of cross over in places, so if one of them does spike, the load should, in theory, get pushed off onto the secondary plant. Neither of these are spiking though. We can produce 17.5. 3 actually. Third one. We actually have oil now. He's got fuel to bring back to Ireland. Nice. Now what were we working on? Oh, broken vehicle. Excuse you. Oh, he's old. 26 years old. So you can only repair your vehicles once a year. More kilometers on them. And like the older they get, the quicker they wear. And if they're above 50%, they can start breaking down. So this one's been repaired 7 months ago. Now, I have it set to replace itself if it gets too much worse. If he wears 3% more, he's going to replace himself. With MMRTS? I don't know how this is sorted. And you can choose, like, replace your Fiat better car, you know, or replace it with a Fiat kind of thing. It's this 32-year-old Beetle. Tough guy. He's bringing workers to the incinerator. You like Thomas the Tank Engine, did you? Or Hailstorm the Tank Engine? Yeah, this is a fantastic little simulator. And like the roads, like I have my roads marked. What a handsome start. We all know what your favorite car is, Grassburgers. Grassburgers told me he hated a car once, so I named it after him. Look at that thing of beauty. Here, we can make him drive somewhere. Group 2, I think? Group 2? Go. Build. Oops. What? I can't even remember what it's called now. Oh, apparently there weren't enough jobs. You lucked out. So then, like, he would have left, and he drives across here. These roads were here. Otherwise, I would have had nicer roads. But he left, and he would have driven across here to this bus stop and picked someone up to go there. But yeah, I was going to say even the roads, like, the road building in this is pretty good, too. They're not always great with traffic. But, like, you can mark roads as one way. Change angles. Bunch of different controls for them to control them. It's also janky as hell. Don't get me wrong. I have like 2,000 hours now. The controls in this game can be so janky. Yeah, one-way roads. You can make roundabouts. You can use single roads if you want. So like I could have two-way road here. And take single lanes. Bring it off the center. How do you bring it off the sides again? Okay. Bring it off the side. I could have that merge in, this could merge out, you know, have a nice little roundabout. I have cities with nice roundabouts. This one we kind of played around with the island mechanic more than the traffic mechanic, and I made all my rail intersections awful. So that this long-ass train could bring coal across the Republic. I really dislike the 1967 Chevrolet Impala. Yeah, in retrospect, next game. You'll get me next game. To be fair, I named the Mustang Garbage Can, so... Actually, I think like named the Mustang Garbage Can. Oh, you're out and about. an ambulance. I figured out how to glitch it. Glitch the game yesterday, and I figured out how to make ambulances and passenger vehicles interchangeable. So this ambulance is bringing workers to a job, but it's going to make it look like there's ambulances on my country roads, which you don't normally get to see. They suck, though, because they only hold 1 people. You can put a full-size bus in a hospital, and it'll use it. I don't know if it uses it as an ambulance. I'm assuming so, because they're using this ambulance. It's a car now. You're racing too high. So these people probably won't get there, because I sent them way too far. So these been traveling for 2 hours and 7 minutes. The time doesn't scale the same. The time in this game is messed up. Depending on where they are or what they're doing, their time moves differently. And even these 2 times are moving at different speeds than each other. But now he's losing time after work. This includes his return trip. But now he's losing time after work. Which makes them less happy. Oh, there's garbage can right there. Oh, it's broken down. When your vehicles get replaced, it does not respect your names. It chews them up and spits them out generically. The 1950s Soviet sedans are actually some of the nicest. The T600 series or whatever. And a lot of the vehicles are real, and there's so many real vehicles on the mod shop that you've never heard of. Or that I've never heard of. I don't know where you're from. I just built a new construction office, actually. Finish. Here's one. So you need to set the source for all of his things. I assume I have another one of those around here somewhere. Copy sources. Oh, I got lost. That makes it easier, so we just set all of his sources for things. Need some vehicles. Covered truck. There's like 18 different kinds of trucks. You need one of each to be able to hold everything. 16? Okay, pick 2 of each of those. 2 of the little red buses. Oh, it doesn't look like the cars showed up in here automatically. Oh, there they were. Yeah, the T603. Handsome, thank you. Bulldozer. Can't terraform without that. Americans. Ah, screw it. This is just a little maintenance depot. So everything you build needs to be maintained. What didn't I buy yet? Paver roller, but that doesn't really matter. That actually doesn't need to be maintained. A crane. Yeah, let's get a crane. So like everything you build needs to be maintained, and these can only have so much range. So this construction office will now auto search in this range and fix everything. And we're just building a new factory for electronics. And figured I'd do that. But then this needs all of its vehicles maintained, right? So in the town over here, I have a vehicle repair station, and it's the same deal. So he has a max range as well. So that vehicle repair station reaches here. But see, it doesn't reach into this depot. So I couldn't put a construction depot here, or I would have had to move the vehicles out manually to repair them, which sucks because we have like 8,000 vehicles. So you don't want to have to do anything manually. When you're setting things up, you kind of need to do it. 28 pages of 30 vehicles each. So what's that? That's 840 vehicles. And then they all need fuel, so you gotta make sure there's gas and range. You have like 30 gas stations across the map. And like here, this oil field pumps the oil into these containers, which puts it into these containers, which can be loaded from this train station, and that train takes it all the way across the map down to here to be refined. And then depending where it's going, it either gets on a boat, sails around to Ireland, or it gets trained back up to here and into this tank with these trucks to distribute north of this line, but east of that line. That's all covered by this depot. Everything south of that line is covered by a depot right here. Right here. Much more trucks, because there's much more stuff. Vehicle fuel. That's fuel for the vehicles. Export fuel. Here, these are all tanks for export fuel because they hold 2,500 tons each, and my big bolts hold 25,000. So when he's gone, he'll be gone for months exporting. See, like that, this one exported 39 million last month. The boat, when it's full, holds like 250 million, so it takes him like 5 months to export, and you need the storage space. Because at the refinery, backs up either one of the outputs, it can't run, and you can't just dump it anywhere. So this is all for fuel, this is all for bitumen. One of these is helicopter fuel, emergency fuel, vehicle fuel, Irish fuel. Yeah, there's just so many things going on at this point. That's Irish oil backup. Oh, where's Irish fuel? Irish fuel. Irish emergency fuel. There's a lot of little projection chains, and you just chain them all together, and before you know it, you've created some form of monstrosity. We really haven't paid much attention to Ireland, though, actually. I just told a bunch of construction offices to go swarm that. Let's see. Yeah, they needed more pavers. My helicopters don't have many pavers, actually. Say, need to put monuments up and stuff like that. Inspire the people, you know? Communism. It's called loyalty, I call it communism. This map is a DLC map. It was London, or the British Isles. So like the Tower of London, all the small buildings, like these houses and stuff, were here. Which is why there's a single lane road through the center of my town, because I'd never design a town with a single lane road through the center of it. But I just kind of left it and worked around it. We kind of just communized it. That's the right word. Communized? I feel like he turned it into a commune, right? Communismized? The Zim 12. Take a look for it in a minute. Like each different house has a different quality, which directly affects their happiness. And that quality is affected by the current wear and tear level of the house. You can set what wear and tear level you'd like your people to start repairing houses at globally. I have it set to 50%. Which means they can get a bit behind if they all trigger at once, and if there's an earthquake, when they're all a little bit behind, you can have a lot of buildings collapse or catch on fire, and it can get really bad. Like that truck in front of me, it's definitely had better days. Right in it, he probably has a better view. Trains have the best view, they're the smoothest. And garbage transfers excessively slowly, painfully so. It's a neat little game. So this is where we started, and I actually destroyed all the bridges at first, so I didn't have to worry about the whole city, and just kind of started with a tiny portion of the city. My prisoners kind of die. Even this building has a lower lifespan than the rest usually, 95%, 97%. Because this heat plant, when it's running full in the winter, just kind of tickles the city. It's fine now. Oh, the wind's blowing this way. In the winter, though, if the wind catches the right way, the prisoners start dying, which actually isn't bad. Single lane road. Oh yeah, here too. Oh man. Don't even friggin' talk to me about downtown here. Single lane through everywhere, and when they built downtown, everyone drove on the left. And then when they joined Canada, they decided to drive on the right. But all of the roads were laid out to drive on the left. So anywhere you should have like a view to see into the intersection, it was designed to have a view from the other side of the intersection. So we're basically just driving on the wrong side of the road everywhere. All the corners are wrong. Instead of having like nice 60-degree corners, they're 130-degree corners because we're driving on the wrong side of the freaking road. So yeah, we have UK roads, except we decided to just drive on the other side arbitrarily one day. We drive on the right. Yeah, we drive on the right. But when the roads built here, they drove on the left here. It was a British colony at the time. Construction complete. Yeah, definitely the same as the US. We drive across constantly. We have a 9,000 kilometer long border. You can drive across without going through customs in lots of places. I wouldn't suggest it. I've been pretty strict about that lately. Building. High unemployment? One person. And the kindergarten is full. Yeah, like if you want to drive across like our province of Ontario, for instance, it takes you an extra 9 hours to stay in Canada because you have to drive north of the Great Lakes. Whereas if you cut through the states, you go south of the Great Lakes and it's basically straight. Oh, I have no idea. It was 75 years ago. 76 now, probably. It's also an island, so I mean, we'd be doing the swap on a 10-hour-long boat ride. But there's places where it just swaps lanes, isn't there? There definitely is. I've seen pictures of it. Borders where you switch from the left to the right. There's lots of them around. They have some interesting ways of handling it. Faster. Most of this is trash. This one's Cole, so he's going back the way we want to go. And Cole does not load painfully slow. It's actually beautiful. There's the thousands of people getting off. These trains are busy. And yeah, you have to signal them all. There's chain signals and stuff. The signals aren't that intricate. Factorio signals are definitely better. Now, they weren't before. Factorio 2.0. Yeah. Hundreds and thousands of people to run the factories. Swapping lanes at customs would be super weird. For a coal train ride? So we just passed an oil field, I think? We put all those factories up north just recently. They're the most recently built things. We are building a new electronics factory. It just takes time. And I haven't decided where I'm going to get the workers for it yet. I have to build a new subdivision onto London. Now we're in an oil field. Means now we're in no man's land for a kilometer or two. This little gas station, snowplow depot. In the winter, you have to plow the snow off the roads where everything slows down to a crawl. That's where we send coal to Ireland. Ireland's across the water over there. It's just a ship depot. The lead time on the coal was dangerously long. So the power can kind of go out. The heat plants they have, you have to keep those running. When it's like minus 30 in the winter, those go out for a day and everybody dies. We actually lost 5,000 people this stream. It was like 12 or 13% of our population. When I wasn't paying attention, it didn't really matter either because they were Irish. Not specifically because they were Irish. It's just all of our jobs that produce wealth in Ireland don't take manpower to run. The only reason there's manpower over there is for novelty. It's in Reichwert. I'll do a German playthrough next. You keeping up? German playthrough where they can only drive Renaults. Fiats. And he's back at this depot now, so this depot manages aggregates only. So it's set to load gravel and coal and distribute them, and it reads different storages. And when the storages hit certain percents, it just throws resources around. Oliver Cromwell. Leading advocate of the execution of Charles I in January 1649, which led to the establishment of the Commonwealth of England. No speed limits on the Autobahn? Say something, but I probably shouldn't. We don't have any speed limit free roads. We just have roads where there's no one else around you for 100 kilometers. No Autobahn, though. I've always wanted to drive on the Autobahn, actually. Do it legally for once. Is there a speed? It's kind of like, you know, if a tree falls in the woods and there's no one there to hear it, does it make a sound? It's kind of the same as that, you know, along the same lines there. Only Italian vehicles manufactured in Romania. Yes. Just to make sure the electrics all work right, we dip them in the ocean before we deliver them. The extra corrosion will help the loose wires from falling out. What do you mean by legally? No, I mean there's just... You can drive places here where the population density is 0.1 people per square kilometer. I'm saying if there's nobody around, is there really a speed limit? Like, the signs are there, the speed limit is there. But you've been driving for 4 hours and you haven't seen another car. Yeah, yeah. Like, if you've ever been on the roads up north in Canada, the population density up there is actually like nothing. And you could drive all day and all night sometimes. Like, if you're just on a tour going sightseeing, and if you're not on a main road, you just won't see anyone. There's definitely speed limits. And you'll get signs occasionally patrolled by aircraft. Now, I've never seen one of those aircraft, and I've never got a ticket from an aircraft. But I've seen the signs that tell you to slow down for theoretical aircraft patrolling for speeders. Electricity problem. I have fire notifications turned off because fires are super common. But that's the junction box, and it's on fire. That's why there's no power here. Little fire van made it. So actually, though, in my province, if you want to get pre-approved, we have an event called Targa Newfoundland, which is a road targa, and they'll close down about 10 of the towns across the province. And then you go to each town one day after the other, and they do remove all of the speed limits, and you can race through towns. But that does get pre-approved, and you need safety equipment and the fees and stuff, but that's a really good time. So there is a legal road race here you can get pre-approved for. Trying to find a clip here. Here's someone in a Mini. Austin Mini.
And you're going to come to 90 meters and you're into this.
So we do close down. There's, I think it's 6 or 7 days this year, so 6 or 7 different towns will shut down. They change every once in a while. But this is legal and sanctioned.
Sir, next thing you're coming to is a R5 over large crest.
Could have cleaned his windshield before the race, I think.
115.
Some fast cars, though. Somebody put one of those friggin' $5 million Ferraris or whatever in the ocean like 2 or 3 years ago. It's been headlines for years.
Yo-yo for 2.75 kilometers. Copy.
But again, they can close this for the day because not that many people live here. You know what I mean? They're pretty long too. The sections they close, like they let you go.
I like that start.
This isn't a very technical one though. There's some where they go through the towns and it's crazy.
You're going to go over crest and
The courses at night. Is it seriously on fire again? We looked up and it's back on fire. Oh, I'm following the fire truck. He was at a separate fire, just the same type of building. Here, real car. Oh. I hate that when they use it in the title, but they're just showing off the car they had. There's not actually any driving involved. Said it was a Viper. I'd watch a Viper go around a track. Just clips though. Trying to find one of the ones in one of the towns. Scion FRS. There's classes too. You can run classics and stuff.
Here we go.
It's a good time. You can see all the driveways are blocked off, so people can't leave their houses. I keep meaning to play some racing games on stream, actually. I love racing. Just like driving through the backyards of people and stuff. Mission over. Targa, Newfoundland. Train is waiting too long. We should probably pay a bit of attention. Population's almost back up to 45,000. I lost 5,000 people today. Drones could mess with enforcing speed limits. Man, I got a couple little drones lately, or recently. I've been having a wicked time with them. They were a free gift too, on top of a Temu order that I tried. I don't know if they were probably the nicest thing in there though. Oh, it's pretty hit or miss there. But the drone, I was expecting it to be crap, and it's actually like fun as hell. This is cool. Nice. Cod tongue for breakfast. Cod cheeks. What are you waiting on? Him? What's he waiting for? And what are they waiting for? What are you waiting for? You shouldn't be waiting for him. It doesn't make sense. It's not in your way. They touched there. That's what's throwing them off. See it? I see it. Get out of here. That's gonna mess it up in a completely different way, but that's not actually a rail, so I don't know. Nobody actually does that. It used to be. I've since built a separate rail for the passengers, so they don't actually intersect anymore. I was talking about the video I was showing of the race. In the game, there is no player in the game. Yeah, you're not in the game. You can't drive anything. When I'm in the vehicle, I'm just riding it. It's already going somewhere else. No, there's no personal player. You are the law enforcement, though. You can choose what the punishments for the crimes and stuff are. How many years they get sentenced. And if you don't have police stations, they don't get arrested. But no, there is no player. You are the government. You are the state. Yeah, they're just already on the schedule. I just hopped in a vehicle. Yeah, you can't actually control them. Now you can tell them to go wherever you want. And you can set waypoints on roads, so you could set a route for a vehicle to drive if you want. Like on one of my other maps, I have a bunch of modded horses running around in the mountain. Because it looks like they're horses running in the mountain. It's a nice spot to stop a bus. Museum, fountain. No, you can't control anything. But like, you can tell them to go wherever you want. If you wanted to take a scenic tour somewhere, like we could just take... Here's a police car. Fearless Gaming. And you can like drive to the wind turbine. You know what I mean? And like go here. And then go somewhere else. And then just tell them to drive. Fearless, how we doing? How we doing today, guys? I had something 1 second ago and I forgot it. Oh, Mr. Brightsford, you're still there. I figured something out. Another vehicle glitch. Thing workers and resources? Excellent. I figured out. Where is he? I can get ambulances in construction depots and vice versa. I thought I had them in here, but I don't. I can swap ambulances, construction vehicles, and buses and stuff. I am doing excellent, Fearless. Thank you. How are you? The Republic's going well. We're just starting electronics production now. So this is London. This would be the capital area. The nicest view in London would be from the London Tower. Got the university on the left. It's pretty dark. I'm using modded visuals. I'm not sure I'm a fan of the night in it. It's really dark. The sunrise, though, is worth it. Where's the sun come up? Unfold. No, so we got London. This provides the workers for our oil refineries. Oil shipping over here. And for our first food farm over here. And coal, actually, in Frankenbury. We got the coal plant. And I'm using all of the oil on the map that isn't underwater and importing it now, so we're out of oil. I'm gonna try a modded building to get the oil underwater, I think. I found a weird oil rig thing. And this is more oil. There's a patch with no people, it's just oil. We have Scotland. So we have Glasgow taken over, and this is providing thousands of workers for our steel mill and large chem plant who can't store or export chemicals. Fine, I don't really care, we have enough money. So then I have another farm and food and stuff up here. So this is chemicals and steel. And then we have Ireland, which has an oil field, but doesn't really produce anything of note. My helicopters pick up cement here. A sweet roller coaster. It was in early access for years. Yeah, it just hit 1.0. And this is serviced only by boats. So I didn't build any bridges over to here. So everything has to be set up so the lead time is pre-solved. If it tells me we're out of something, like we ran out of fuel earlier, it took me 3 hours to get fuel here. So it has to be set up so there's a backup. There is a backup fuel, so we just switched to this. But everything's like that. So when they drop off food here, for instance, this runs down and can send me a notification when it's out of food. It would take me a long time to get a boat. So they have to drive here. Around here, that's actually him. But he drives around here, past the farm where we make the food, and over to here. And the train brings it here, it sits here, the boat pulls it here, and then he has to boat back around to get it. So what I've done is I've chained multiple warehouses together. So when this one runs out of food, it tells me I need to go look at the food. But the food's actually here, twice as much of it. So I have a huge lead time buffer on everything. Same with like the steel. If I run out of steel, it's like, okay, the steel's actually here. That's just like a notification generator. Yeah, the game was in early access forever. It's still a lot of things that I feel should be labeled early access. But no, it's definitely it's my favorite city builder for sure. There's a lot going on. I get a lot of help, you know, I get a lot of help from the viewers. Plus, I try stupid stuff all the time, and then I keep the pieces of stupid stuff I like. This map, there wasn't much of it. Like this, would not recommend. It is not a good way to do intersections. We did all flatland intersections here. They're not great. It's working though. Only mild irritation. And then we have Glasgow Mall on the hill. Yeah, the game lets you get pretty creative sometimes. We weren't so creative here because all the cities were pre-made. I really, really enjoy City Skylines 2 as well, actually. Especially on the newer patches, it's pretty fun. I did play that on stream more, except it's one of the only games that uses your entire CPU. And my computer does not like streaming while I'm playing it. Otherwise, I would stream it. I had a good time with that. Now, I only have it on Game Pass, so I also didn't pay for it. Which means the launch didn't make me as angry as most people, because I played it for free. Well, not for free, but I didn't buy it. And the launch was terrible. Secret police. So you have regular police. We went through the law system a minute ago, but secret police check loyalty. So they go around, they plant bugs in houses, find out who's loyal and who's not. And then you can use that in different buildings, like universities and stuff, to then suss out who's more loyal and increase people and like scale the loyalty. Like people who work in my TV station have to be at least 70% loyal to the government, because they'll be better at spreading propaganda, as indicated here. Same with the radio. 60%. Right, we can up that. 70% loyal. Most of my people are pretty loyal. Looks like we could even do 75. The problem with that being then, if there ever is like a food shortage here, for instance, and the loyalty collapses, people will stop working in the television station, and then the loyalty collapses more, and it kind of compounds. Morning, Oprah. Hope you're doing good. Here's a police car I've turned into a construction vehicle because I found a little glitch yesterday. Oh no, this one's an actual police vehicle. I found a glitch. If I find glitches, I kind of exploit them. They're actually worse. But so you can't buy police or ambulances in like construction depots. And vice versa, you can't put buses in hospitals to go pick up people. You have to put buses. City Skylines 2. It's not that it doesn't stream well, it's just actually, like, once I hit 100,000 people, it uses all 8 cores. Same with Starfield. Starfield's another one that actually, like, impressively uses your computer. Like, there aren't many games that use more than 1 or 2 cores. This game uses 1 core. So whatever your fastest core is limits the game. Whereas City Skylines 2 balances it over your entire CPU, and you actually hit CPU load 100% in it constantly. Run fine in battle. There's a... What had free weekend recently and I tried it? Star Citizen. Is that the one that's like $800 billion in and they haven't finished it yet? Yeah, it wasn't Elite Dangerous. I think Star Citizen I tried. Friggin', I have 48 gigs of RAM, and before I was even out of the menu, it was maxed out, and then the game was stuttering like 10 seconds in. Yeah, it was actually kind of funny. Now the game looked sweet. Everything was so janky, I just kept falling through the floor. I took a couple videos of it that was pretty funny. But yeah, this game, everything, you have to move it around. Like, all of these trucks are going places I have told them to go. There's a lot of setup in this game. Like, this guy works for this distribution office that I've told to do these 7 tasks. That's repeated 1,000 times across the map with all different tasks. I like that they're working on it too. Yeah, I did a lot of running around and looking. Couldn't figure out how to get into space or anything. I was just following this dude, and I finally got onto a transport and we were going into space, and I tried to get up like into the front windshield because I thought I'd have a better view because it was a dome, and it pushed me through the floor and I fell, and then there was gravity in space and I just kept falling. So we are actually doing something now too. Stuff takes a long time in this game. So we are building this over here, which has tunnels to connect it. I haven't figured out how I'm getting the people here yet. Classic Star Citizen experience. I also got super flamed in chat, actually. Man, I had like a 4-page long Google search history about how to open the door to get out of the initial room you spawn in. And none of the responses were restart the game. You know, they were like, oh, you have to be standing. Eventually, I just for the day, and the next day it worked. But I asked in chat, I was like, is there some trick to opening the door? And the first comment was like, buy a better computer, noob. And then, man, everyone was so angry, and I just wanted to figure out how to... I thought maybe I needed to find a key I couldn't find. I was stuck in the apartment the entire first day I played and couldn't get out. But when I did get out and run around, I had a really nice view. Oh, I used to play League religiously. Yeah, I know. Mute all instant. See, I did just build another food factory over here, so I could extend Glasgow. I think maybe I'll colonize Edinburgh. So like this map had a bunch of villages on it. This was already on it. They have no needs right now. The second I give them a job or food or water or electricity or anything the state provides, they become completely reliant on me. Which is why I have a bunch of just little towns that aren't connected to anything. They're just kind of for show. So I think I'm going to take this one and use it to run that. So I already have food and stuff brought here. Yeah, I won't need much more infrastructure, which means I'm actually going to make this train go the other way. That sounded like wood, didn't it? I don't want wood. Yep. Audio cues, man. I think that's the first time an audio cue saved me in this game. Incline. This is like topography. Wait, you can actually measure it here. You can see the height above sea level. Make change if you want. DCS? I'm not sure. I'm not catching DCS. I have Elite Dangerous. I played that a lot. Like DCS World? I know I've heard of that. Okay, yeah, I've seen that. I got her Googled up on the side now. That's the one where the models can be crazy expensive, but they're actually realistic, I think. I think I browsed through that one on Steam. So I can run this like rougher. I'm just trying to make it so it's gonna look nice when I'm riding on the train. The trains aren't too picky, and I have bulldozers and stuff, so like you can level ground. I think I'm just gonna put a train station here. And then build a village kind of here. At this spot. Actually, I could put it here, and then I wouldn't have to cross the road at all. Yeah, that's probably a better call. $900 or $500? $900. I played Elite Dangerous a bunch. Good time with that. Friggin' man, I haven't played that game in a couple of years because last time I played it, I don't know what I was thinking. I was like, I want to see how far I can get from like the center of the universe. And I played an entire weekend going directly away from anywhere I know where there's people. And then the next time I went to play, I realized I have to spend another weekend to get back. I'm not willing. I just never did it. It was one of those things like, like, that was fun when I did it, but I don't want to do it again going back. It's like the drive to vacation. It's sick. You know what I mean? It's like, sweet, we're going here. But then the drive home, which is equally as long, is not nearly as fun. It was kind of that. Kind of tricked myself out of playing the game. A heated mouse pad. That does sound nice. I usually have a tea. I have a heated tea warmer pad. Keeps your tea warm. That's all great. They have to be able to get to it to build it. And these trains will need to be able to go repair. Which is... That's right here. So these trains have to be able to go that way. Like that. I don't want to go too crazy on the mountain. Because they'll go out there. And then this is a train garage. This is a repair station that's staffed. And these are all the materials to basically build a train. So when my train gets older and needs repairs, because I'm putting this in, he'll be able to auto go there. Now, I don't know if I have to double hook into this too. Or if they'll search on this end of it, that'd be cool. I think I'm gonna go around it too. Okay, so that's a start. What do we got here? Nothing important. I was gonna say, that went together way too easily. It didn't fight me hardly at all. I knew something was coming. Bit of lights. I think I might leave that one like that for now. Might have messed it up though. So that should get the passenger train into there. Gonna drop off here, and then we need an end station. Somewhere they can space themselves and refuel. One of these buttons. Railway end station. I don't know where the road for that's going to come from yet. It's just... Sometimes you can get a glitch where the game sends you a notification in error. I don't like notifications. I'm gonna make this a bit longer, so it'll let me build around it. In case it does it. Sometimes when the train is leaving here, the train is entering here at the same time, it thinks they hit each other and sends you a notification. But you can fix it by making the train enter from the wrong side. There's little things like that, which is why I said earlier, sometimes there's things that aren't 1.0. Like when you're running everything perfectly and it sends you a notification saying there's an error. Now, most of these notifications are definitely legit errors. But there's some that aren't. So they're going to go in here. That's going to join in there. We need a crossover. And we need a light. And a crossover. Those will have to be different types of lights after. But the construction trains do better with the two-way lights like that. I don't think I'm going to build anything out this side of it. Not for now. Be good. Now, my construction trains are like 800 miles away. They do have an auto search range, but it's not across the map. We're going to tell him to go there manually. It's the only place you can get to, yeah. We didn't flip that light around, so you can't get there from that side. EDK 2000. Pad is 31 inches wide. Very nice addition. Oh, I play in the basement too. It does get cold. X4 yesterday. I haven't tried X4 Foundations. Heated mouse pad. I've been thinking, I got my computer mounted under my desk. I'm just actually thinking this winter I should get like a tablecloth for my desk so it drapes down around and traps the heat from my PC under it. My house has electric heat, so I don't feel bad about using a little electric space heater sometimes. If it's really cold, it doesn't get really cold here, but some days we'll have like 100-mile-an-hour winds. My house definitely gets drafty when it's blowing that hard. I got slippers for Christmas though, not a heated mouse pad, big thick slippers. They made a difference. Long train ride. Giant mouse pad. It's supposed to look like a beat up, like, Imperial ship from Star Wars. It just looks dirty. Like, the picture online was super cool. It was like $10 though. It was supposed to look metal sheen, but everywhere it just kind of looks dirty. Not a huge fan. Trying to see if there's... Posted it too long ago in the Discord to find. Currently building this rail we're rolling down. There's one. Yeah, it's supposed to look like battered metal, but it just looks... It's been spilt on. Was not impressed. The cat. Had a good pick of it. Can't find it now. Old cottage basement? Oh. Oh, mine's finished, luckily. My house is on a cliff, too. So it's not like I'm actually, like, I'm in the basement if you come in the front of the house. But I mean, to my left is outside. So, like, there's a back porch, and it's a walkout basement. So the whole back half of the house is above ground, but the front half is underground. So there's, like, windows and stuff. I'm not sitting in the dark. I have the outdoors. It's even like a glass pane door. So this was guaranteed to happen, because we did signal it poorly. I think he wants to go through and turn around and come back. Construction trains behave kind of weird. One of you should just go do something. There you go, buddy. Yeah, there's definitely drafts sometimes. Could use new windows. Kind of cold. Yeah, you gotta use blankets. There's one with blankets. Yeah, that was when it was brand new too. It just looks stained. The online picture was super cool though. But yeah, I've never had a big mouse pad. It's actually kind of nice. I always had regular sized mouse pads. So we're building a few rails. Once they actually get this like side pass built off, I'll be able to ignore them. I changed it around after I started streaming. When I started streaming, my freaking arm kept getting sore. So I got a standing desk when one was on sale. And yeah, really happy with it. So they're on huge arms too. I can pull them out to right in front of my screen. Or right to the edge of the desk. Like they're on 4-foot long arms. So I can pull them out. So I got the triple screens hanging off the desk, and I bought an L-shaped desk so it can't flip forwards, so I can put the weight like that, and then it lowers to 22 inches, so it goes right down to the floor. You can actually kind of like sit on the floor with the racing screens wrapped around you. I do have a Discord, yes. Not much in there. I actually just got new TVs though. That's the last thing I posted. So my setup's in there actually. I don't know how to show Discord well. Kinda new at Discord. Got it for the stream. But yeah, this is what it is as of this week. So I lowered this one, so from my point of view, I can see my new TV. I always had a TV there, but the old one broke. I was using a crappy TV for a really long time. So there, that's the point of view. Workers' resources, OBS, entertainment for me. What? That's when I'm not behind the desk. Scan for scale. Yeah, it turned out nice. I figured nothing's gonna get cheaper this year. Nothing is gonna get cheaper this year, so it was time. There's a good sale. Train's waiting too long. All because he wouldn't go through the light. I somehow managed to close Discord instead of the picture. Okay, there we go. Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, I love my triple screens, actually. I didn't know how I'd like them. I see it there. I don't know if you want me to show your face. I can. I usually don't show people's faces unless they request it. Yeah, I like the joysticks. I don't have any joysticks. First flight sim I ever played with a joystick would have been either Red Baron 2 or F-22 Raptor. Red Baron 2 is by far the older one of those titles, though. It was a great game. Friggin' biplane fighting, and you could dive. And there was G-force simulated, and you could snap your wings off. You try and snap off the most wings, still fight and land. I actually played Mr. Brightshort, who also streams, recommended it to me. There was a really cool demo I played based around fighting, but you weren't actually flying. It was turn-based. It was dogfighting, and you decided your move, and they did too. Ramble, Battle of Britain. I think it still has a demo by the looks of it. It was pretty fun. This is one of the frustrating parts of the game. So like, I gotta build a cross here and then signal it properly so they'll stop crashing into each other, but you gotta kind of babysit them until they do. There's not much left though. They got this piece, this piece, this piece. I don't know if I actually build the cross or if I just let them keep going. I think they'll be fine now. Once they're past that point. Digitized tabletop, yeah, it was a good time though. The demo was interesting. I managed to crash a lot of planes into each other. Oh, yeah, I feel your pain there. I bought an HP pre-built during like the GPU shortage years ago. I got the whole computer for the same price as the 3070 would have been. I've been dealing with that pre-built MOBO ever since, and there's a reason I have 48 gigabytes of RAM and not 64 or 32. It's because my BIOS is locked. So, my HP came with these sticks that if you use their special Gaming Hub app, you can overclock the RAM to 3733 megahertz instead of 3200, but only with the HP branded sticks will that switch unlock. So, but I managed to get it where I put those sticks into the secondary slots and 32 gigabytes. I bought 32 gigabytes of RAM to replace the 16 gigs when I started streaming. And I put it in and it worked fine at 3200, but it wouldn't overclock. And then after frigging around, I found a forum that said to put your 2 other sticks in the secondary slots and then open up the friggin' software and try and overclock it, and it will give you an error, and then uninstall the software while the error is open. So I uninstalled the Omen Gaming Hub and my RAM got stuck at 3733 megahertz, but I have to leave the 48 gigabytes in for it to work. The timings are fantastic too, it's actually really good. But I had to uninstall the proprietary software while an error message was physically open on my screen to get my BIOS to keep the lock. It's friggin' weird. Proprietary shit, man. But yeah, if I restart my computer and go to BIOS, it's like, press F1 to contact HP, press F2 to restart. It's like, thanks, bud. Yeah, my fans have low, medium, and turbo. They're not individually adjustable. Like, it's kind of funny. But it works, that's the thing. If it didn't work, I'd probably replace it. The RAM was never really an issue to me. 16 gigs was a bit small to stream, because like I have the stream open and multiple copies and stuff around. But yeah, pre-built crap. Also, it's just a terrible case. It's glass on one side, plastic on the back. The front isn't open. It's got a tiny hole in the bottom, the top, and the back. They're very good at proprietary software, it seems. But the parts in it are good. Like the 3070, I think it's EVGA, and friggin' the power supply's Cooler Master. The SSDs were Western Digital. So they didn't use like cheap parts. My computer before was a Dell. I obviously like pain. Although I didn't know anything about computers. I had a friend put an SSD in that one. Yeah, so because I can't control my fan speeds, I just put a Noctua cooler on everything in my PC. If I can't turn up the fans, okay. Increase the heat sinks. We're almost done building this section of rail. What else? We gave this water. Right, but I never actually put an input. I think I'll probably fill up a tower over here, just because I like how they look. I haven't done power over here yet either. It's gonna take the longest for the rail to get here anyways. So it's gonna take the longest to build the new town. That's a tunnel, so I can't just drag the pipe through it. Whoa, easy, tiger. Something was not right there. Okay, how about this? Better. Where is the closest water? Oh, there isn't any. Over there. See, I was thinking about saving this area to make the computer chips, because we are dropping them off at the chain here, so we can put more factor or with the train here. Don't really want to take it all up with water, but I could just put water infrastructure here too. Or I can build a long ass pipe from over here. Well, actually, let's see. Oh, I already built 2. We definitely don't need 2 over here. I'm cross-threaded, so it doesn't really matter which one I take from. I can both pull from both. And this pump is drawing more than this pump, so let's use this pump. Actually, they still both have 1 output. I can use the 3rd pump. What's that place called? Am I blind? There should be a name here. Stevenage. There it is. I am Steve. Oh man. Again, I've completely forgot what I'm doing. I watched the worst version of the new Minecraft movie earlier today. It was actually hilarious. What was I doing? Why am I looking over there? Water. That's right. Water pipe. Okay. Pay attention. Rename, just so I can keep track of it, to Stevenage. Electronic parts. Close bracket. So there's a water treatment plant. And you need to pump the water out of them to pressurize it. And this is another one. I just had them side by side, so I'm just going to cross-thread them together. And then if one gets too much demand, it'll fall onto the other one. The same thing I was talking about I did with my power over there. And then we need a pipe to go into this water tower. Now, they're super expensive to put under mountains. Probably avoid that. I'm gonna go along the railroad track with it. See, like the work days there, like it's 200 work days. That red there is a mountain. I put it under the mountain, 2,000 work days, because they have to dig the mountain. We're gonna go around the mountain. There's a lot of details you'll kind of wish they hadn't put in. You're just like, why? No, yeah, there's a lot of details I was surprised by. There's inflation and friggin'... depending how you export stuff, affect the price. Like exporting via 1 million trucks across your border stimulates exporting to your neighbor nation and drives the prices down further than, say, exporting via giant container ships twice a year. Simulates exporting to the rest of the world. I have a game, one of my first games where my city actually survived. I didn't understand the money or how the water worked, and I was using lake water and purifying it, which is insanely expensive for like 100 years. And I had it so a truckload of electronics was $200 million. I don't know what they'd be on this map. How much are electronics a ton? 200,000. So a truckload here would be like $1 million. So I had the inflation like 200 times higher than it is now. I don't know if you can check the inflation, actually. Definitely there. You can check your import and export all times. We've been exporting fuel and bitumen. That's our money. All of our exports to the Soviet bloc. Most of the fuel I sell goes to the West. It's definitely an accident, because we're not making fertilizer. Same with that. On track. That's a long pipe. Most other pipes would be picky. Water pipes you can run a really long way in this game. Oil pipes need pumps every certain distance. Sewer pipes need to go down. I'll probably lose some pressure, but that's why I put the tower there. So this won't actually draw that much water. So this tower will fill up and then reboost the pressure, because the pump can always fill the tower. It just might be slower, I don't know. We're also really far downhill from where that water is. Height-wise, we're by the ocean. We're at the lowest point on the continent regardless, right? And then we've already run the water through. I haven't done power. It's from that way. That's how we got this started. We have our own power plant here. I don't remember building the second one. I think I accidentally built this when I dragged the mouse over something. I don't think it's plugged into anything. I need to use this one. I don't think we plugged this one into anything. Priority switch, just in case we want to hook some renewables or something in later. We're here, actually. Splitter. Biggest wire we have to here, because it's a power plant. Same with there, because I want to transfer it all. Probably go down a size or two to bring it over. We're not going to use 15 megawatts over there. And where is it there? Wonder if I can get across here. Probably just go that way. You can put them far apart without the poles between. I just try and make it actually kind of look semi-realistic, right? Like if I wanted, I could put a road here and it would just skip that pole. I kind of want them to be similar distances apart. There. Wires aren't in the water. This isn't navigable, so that's way too narrow for any of the boats. It's one of the flattest spots on the map. Lines up nice with the road there. And then on this side, we'll have a splitter as well. And a transformer. Step it down. And then substations. Spread it around. Where is your road? There it is. There. There. Here. Fire station's ready. Give it chopper, truck. That's nice. And you need fuel. Super far away. There's gotta be fuel closer to here. Where are we? It's right here. Sweet. Now they can't put gas in it until there's power. Actually, that needs fuel too. Might as well. 2 birds stoned at once over here. Bring fuel there. Built 3 of them. Bring fuel there. Building already assigned, so that one's already been covered. And there. Back to the power. See how you get distracted in this? And then 16 hours later, you wonder why you're not making money, but you never click the last button. Now, these have a max voltage they can output too. That's why I'm kind of overlapping these. This is definitely going to use more power than one of these can have. And then the wires transfer a certain amount of megawatts. The underground wires can't do as much as the above ground, but you can always just run more, you know? Which I might end up doing, because I don't think I can get the wires cleanly into here. And I think I'm going to build more factories here after. And you can't do that with the above ground wires. I'm just going to put this one fairly deep. Where's the farthest one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here. And like it's fully 3D too. Like if I hit the tunnel, I hit the tunnel. And if you want, you can like wrap it around the tunnel above it then. You know what I mean? And then tie it back and then not underneath it. Just with the wires, though, everything else gets really cranky when you try to do that. That's not true, the road bridge. You can wrap the road bridge around on itself. One. Put it so deep so it'll be easy to get them through side by side. Easier to follow later. Numero 5. I put it underneath there. You don't often see underground. I have some games where I built a lot of tunnels, so I was pretty careful about everything underground, but most games, most of your stuff underground is just going to get buried. Never going to see it again. Still messed that one up. There. New power conduit. 5 little substations. Build that. So those are red because my trucks can't get to them. So my trucks have to build this little road before they can get to it. Where's my helicopters? They need space to land. Actually, they can't get to everything. There's no green dot around it. They can't get to it. called in the chappas. They don't need to wait for the roads. Kind of nice. I like when things make sense. Oh man. It is nice. This game is not always one of those though. There's a lot of things that don't. Counterintuitive. So they're bringing me machinery. They'll go get goods and stuff too. So what this is going to make electronic components. So this is a plastic factory. They take oil, chemicals, and power to make plastic, and then we're going to put the plastic in here. And these are electronic component factories, and they take steel, plastic, and chemicals to make electronic components. And then the electronic components we're going to build later. They go into electronics, and that takes electronic components, plastic, and mechanical components. We're making the mechanical components here on the back of the steel mill. We cannot store or export mechanical components. Sure, you want to? Oh, that and this. I keep tearing the railway up there for now, so I'm just not bothering. We also have enough money that I don't need to, like, worry about money. Otherwise, I would have my expensive exports like that going constantly. We did for a while, when I started redoing the railroad a bit. And it's just easier to do if you have less trains on the track. Save. Helicopters over the church on the right. Lots of them. Oh, we should have stopped there. Version of Windows that tweak for Dell. My Dell desktop that I had before this computer has an NVIDIA GTX 745, which was a graphics card only made for Dell. Never got driver updates. It's a GTX 740 with 1 gigabyte of VRAM peeled off, and Dell slapped their own 4 gigabyte module on it. It's the GTX 745 OEM Dell only. It's actually a really decent card. You could never max out the VRAM. It wasn't strong enough to use 4 gigabytes of VRAM. Or for production and gaming. It's terrible now, but a decade ago, pretty good. Never for gaming. It was never good for gaming. More companies should do that now. Start peeling the VRAM off, putting their own on. See how much a train load of these mechanical components is worth. So they chew up steel to make. And steel chews up coal and iron ore, which apparently we're out of coal. You're concerned. We are constantly exporting steel, so when these get full, someone comes and gets it. Should probably check the coal on the other end, though, just to be certain. 3.4 mil. We added coal right at the start of the stream, but I also added bricks. Don't remember where it is. Here we are. Oh man, we're out of coal. And I'm actually drawn down on the coal ore, so it's the mine too. Can't export mixed waste. What do you mean? The garbage trucks are behind. I did build a whole new processing facility and didn't add any. Oh, this is full. Hey, it's not good. Might need to run a custom train here if he's not keeping up. Voltage isn't flicking, so it's loading at max speed. Trains are such a pain to load garbage with. With a bunch of mines and stuff, it'd probably be more efficient just to burn it right here, to be honest. Move the ash, so it'd be so much less. That shut down because this was overflowing and I didn't have the notification on. You have 2 jobs to do. No, he actually only does have 2 jobs to do. I can make the minimum train longer. I don't know if it'd help though. That was an earthquake for a second. It grabs the camera from you, and there's an earthquake. So what else are we doing here? Where's the thingy gone? They finished building to here and didn't reassign through. Those guys. So we're really far out of range. Like everything has a search range. And I'm probably supposed to build another construction train office over there, but I never do. I only ever build one. And like once they finish one, if they carry on to one, they'll auto-assign themselves. But where I put that one through a building, it didn't do it. I can't even find it now. Here they are. So that'll do those 2, which will assign these 2, which will assign 2 of these 4. See, so those ones won't be done. So, when you finish this piece, tell me. And then I should be able to assign the rest of it. Down through London. I forgot we built that bridge. There used to be a really bad intersection there. Built the bridge to get around it. Tracks to nowhere. Work projects. We have the train placed. I don't know how I'm gonna, or where I'm gonna take the people from yet. We're gonna end up building a whole town here. Means we're gonna need another heat plant possibly, although I accidentally built this one. I wonder if it's close enough. Actually, yeah, that's close enough. Okay, so the heat pipes can be 1 kilometer long. I think is the max. Somewhere around here, maybe? I guess we're gonna colonize Edinburgh. I would put that sewer right there, right? CMDG. Really appreciate it. 20 months. Insanity. I was trying really hard not to make that pipe stick out. Really appreciate it. How time flies. It said 9,000 work days, didn't it? Too long. Oh, I got the length like perfect. Alright, now we need some boosters. Thank you. That's crazy. I swear since COVID, I think COVID broke time. I don't know. Like, I feel like time had a lot more meaning in the past. I agree though, yeah, it doesn't feel like it's been that long. This is the longest sub I have. Appreciate it. I actually didn't want to run 2 pipes to that, I don't think. Actually, might as well do it all at once. Didn't want to run 2, ends up running 3. A lot of these buildings that are already on the map don't need heating. They're like self-heating. Whereas any of the communist buildings I build will need me to heat them. Just unburied the pipe, man. Sneaky. It's not connected. Symbol would disappear. Come on, man. Okay, that'll get the heating close enough. Only the one little road here. We're gonna need to build a ring road around this. Some buildings need roads, like your mall definitely needs a road. So I'll build it now. Okay. Keep it level. Trying to tell it to flatten the ground a bit more there. Another 1-lane wide town. Not planning on putting many people here. So there, this. Guess I could have just connected. Oh, that's right. That's a mountain. That's why I didn't want to connect it there. So yeah, we're gonna end up putting a shop here. And oh, train jam. Shop, pool, everything. I'm probably gonna make their bus stations be able to go back and forth too, so they can kind of go chill between the towns. Train station's super busy. Perfectly balanced. Train is waiting too long. Yeah, that's what we were just looking at a second ago. Yeah, construction trains are like the bane of my existence in this game. The only train that can turn around in place, like, you'll just go, they decide to drive by lights and then do a 180, as opposed to like drive down the railroad 10 more feet like a normal person, use the loop, and then drive down the correct side of the track to get to the rail you're trying to get to. And now he's stuck again because he's facing backwards on a railroad system instead of just using it. Now he's gonna hit him. No, you're gonna turn around again? Cool. In his defense, he couldn't have got here any other way. Because it's not built yet. There is gonna be a cross here, but they have to get by here before they can build it. But he could easily build to here first, so the proper route is available. But yeah, that one's kind of unavoidable. There's Snowplow doing his work. They have a max plowing speed, and then a max speed on dry. The fastest one, I think, in the vanilla is a whole 6-wheeler. Heating problem in Dublin. But these aren't new. Actually, we just built them this year. No, they're not. We just built these. These were always here. What's your issue? Not overloaded. Oh, heat plant's on fire. That's probably a problem. And they put it out, so his heat issue's over. Thanks, dude. Promotion. There's the fire trucks going back. I have a fire helicopter too who was helping. Price of oil dropped for the 3rd time in a row. That's like our entire economy. Construction train stuck. Heating bad. Construction finished. Gas station. I already signed gas there. Perfect. And it has power. Cool. You need power to fill up the pumps. Kind of makes sense. So like this one doesn't have gas yet because there's no power. Got everything building. All the pipes and wires. Baddest. We found baddest. Probably said more words in the last 2 years than I have in my entire life up to that point. Don't normally just talk constantly while I'm sitting at my computer. I actually wonder what the word count would be. It's dramatically higher than my normal word count, I'd say. How many years of streaming would it take to speak more words than you'd normally speak in the rest of your entire life? Probably heavily depends on what you do. Flying into the sunset. A lot of extra food here. Okay, but we might not after we end up, yeah, feeding all these other people. Nice. I found some jobs my ground vehicles can reach. So that's a gravel loader we're at, or lined up at. There's another one here, actually. So if any more trucks show up, they'll go here. I have different depots set to different ones. We make gravel here, so there's a little depot with some excavators mining it. Factory processing quarried stone into gravel. Stored here. A couple loaders for vehicles. There's a loader for trains, too. That's where we bring gravel, like, up north. But when I just dragged the construction offices over that, I dragged like all the ones from down in the city to up north. Just for fun. I like riding around. Whoops. Who's first in line? You. Oh, so he's repairing a local house. Like every building needs maintenance, and like this is just a house. They'll need like 1 ton of bricks, 1 ton of boards. There'll be like 8 trucks going to a single house, and then repeat across every single house. So even if you cover them like with the repair aura of a depot, unless the depot has enough trucks too to service everything, you can still get behind. It's not just about matching the auras, you have to match the demand with the capacities too. It's like 20 different versions of this truck too. You could have one that holds 1 ton. I buy the biggest ones. Now this is a fuel empire. I've captured all of the oil on the map, so fuel is not really a huge concern for us because we make it ourselves. If you were running on something else and didn't have your own fuel, you might not want to use all the biggest trucks with the heaviest weights and power combo to burn the most gas. Like these 2 buses, for instance. This is a 7-ton bus, 141 kilowatt engine. 9-ton bus with 250 kilowatts. So this one burns like 60% more gas than this one, probably. But they accomplish basically the same thing. I use that MM1 series. That's the American buses. Because there's not really much to spend American money on. Mods. There's some nice ships and stuff. Their buses are particularly one of their strong suits. They're just fast and have high capacity. So now he's in an end station. I have it set to variable time. So depending when they get back, the snow can change the time and stuff. It's trying to balance the line. Any line that pulls in. You can have multiple lines pull through it, but it's trying to balance it. So what I have, 10 buses, the line length's 4,900 meters. He's trying to space them 494 meters apart so that he can hit the lap time. You know what I mean? Divide that by 10, so they're 40 seconds apart. And if you only have one line going to a bus station, they have to show up at least 60 seconds apart, because that's the amount of time somebody will wait. Where is your bus station? Where are we going? There it is. Like, see, he just hit it. Just missed it. Oops. When they wait 1 hour, they check for another job then. Ah, he got snagged. And if they don't find another job around the area, they go home, frig off for the day. But that actually works really well, because like what happens is they have a certain walking range they can do. So like this guy will initially check in this radius around him. And if he doesn't find a job, he sees there's a bus station. This is like his last ditch job, and then he'll walk here, and he'll wait here for a bus for an hour. And then before he goes home, he checks again, but now he's checking this radius, so he might go work over here. And I actually don't have any buses anywhere picking up students, but all of my bus stations have students enabled, because this is a university, but it doesn't quite reach as far. That's why there's only 5 students here, because they're side by side. So like this reaches here, and then this reaches here. There's only like 4 houses difference between them. So there's not many students waiting here because they cover the same areas. Whereas like over here, you might have a different one. Like this one has 75 students waiting. You know what I mean? Because it reaches all the way over here. But then the university is somewhere else. I don't even know. There's another university over here somewhere, kind of thing. So anyone who can't get to this university walks to this bus stop and then gets to it. I actually don't see it. Anyways, there are more schools. And if you don't have enough schools, your education level can drop. Mine actually is, just slightly. We were at 70-30, I think. Lower to higher. No, 60-40. 300 uneducated workers. I have a house somewhere that can't reach a school. And that's not university, that's not even high skilled. They just like, there's people that immigrate and I guess they don't speak the language. Like the basic education is basically learning to communicate. Worker was unemployed. Uneducated. Singular people just means they're children who haven't finished school yet. Just built these. Nobody there. Must be Scotland. Glasgow. This house can't reach a school. 150 workers can't work because of low education. There's the school. Has to be another one. These guys have an education. They have their own school. Can't reach that? Give this a little shot. It'll give them a bit more range. Tunnel under the building. You'll actually be able to see that too. Like this will show you. Dark blue is what they walk now, and the light blue is after. So it shaves 32 meters off his walk to here, but it's not going to help him with anything at all. So that's a sport hall. He needs a school, state, children, school. I think we decided we're going to keep going this way. Yeah, we already built the new mall. That's a kindergarten. Right here. Just reaches that one, so that's like peak far away from the one we needed. See that trash symbol? That means he's touching his garbage. We need yellow power, brown is sewer, blue is water, red is heat. That's the four horsemen of the living. And then I needed to touch this house. See, it doesn't touch it there. That's like max range right there. Now, is he touching the staircase or the house? Oh, I just rotated. You don't need to, like, max range things like this. This is just a good place for it. I was planning on expanding this out, too. I think I can flip it around, actually. Just because he doesn't have paths on the other side, so this way I just kind of... One each. And he still reached the garbage, I think. This would pretty much guarantee it. Oh, make a match. New school, 100 more workers for the mines. Looks like I was going to expand out this way and not that way. I already built them all. This is probably a better way to go. I kind of don't want to repeat that again. Kind of neat. Let him build what we got laid out. There's not much laid out. If you do too many things at once, they won't get anything done. I go across the map, just swiping. Nice, my trucks can reach all the pipes now. So somebody finished a nice connection. And that's not just these ones I keep looking at, actually. It's 7 different depots when I'm selecting them. So there's some here. Probably see them flicking green, maybe. Blue. Flicking between buses and construction vehicles. So I have like depots full of buses beside my bus stops. And then away from the bus stops, all the heavy machinery. Usually stationed around like a gravel depot or something like that. The trains haven't complained in a suspiciously long time. Excavator digging along the pipe. A huge job. Not even actually. So this excavator doesn't have a good excavating speed, but it has wheels. So it can drive 80 instead of like 12. You can deliver your vehicles with other vehicles, but I don't always do it. So I find late game I actually like this one better. It's slower at doing the job, but much faster at getting to it. That needs a road. Need. Oh yeah, because I need to bring a gas. I don't know what I'm building here. Leave it a dirt road for now. The only road you can just kind of insta-delete. Hey man, thanks for your help. Back to the depots. We should be able to get that new town up and running tomorrow. Get the electronic parts together. And then it's just the electronics factory. I think we have all the base ingredients then. We're making cement, concrete, prefabs, and asphalt, bricks, gravel, sawmill and wood. Yeah, we're making all the construction ingredients. I have fuel, bitumen, chemicals, gas, making plastic and electronic components, food, alcohol, meat. I'm not making my own meat yet. So meat and electronic parts. Electronic parts, we built that too. Meat and just flat out electronics. The last two ingredients, not producing. In nuclear, actually. I haven't touched nuclear. But we didn't really build a big city this time. We only have 40,000 people. I'm not using all that much power. Built nuclear? I don't even know where it is. Island and Ireland. Hey, we could finally give Ireland a purpose. Bringing some fuel around. A lot of railroads, though. We've had some republics where I used all bridges, so none of the tracks intersected, and it flows so much smoother. But then this one we went all flat, just to try and figure out the signals a bit better. Well, the next one, because I've been stopped by the all flat one so many times, we're definitely doing all overpass this next one. I'm even thinking I'll probably go so overkill that I'll bankrupt the republic. I had one bad intersection in a republic where 1 million people were crossing, which doesn't affect the game at all. I just didn't like how it looked. And the next republic I did, it was like the floor is lava. It was staircases everywhere. Now there's only a couple. Everything's running good. Now we're exporting bitumen. Keep getting lost. There we go. I'm glad we bought those extra 8 helicopters. This is taking a lot longer than I thought, and they're definitely putting in work. Where do they live? Here. Flying beyond the borders for gravel. I must have forgot to hook up my own gravel thing or just set their recipe. I'm pretty sure I have gravel helicopter somewhere. Building the underground heat pipes. 10,000 work days each because I built them into a mountain. That's just time though. Time and money. We have both. Look at these guys. They're just sitting there doing nothing. Except backing up the entire rail network. Do something. Oh, you're gonna be in the way, are you? We're going straight? Oh, you're doing that thing where you drive through the intersection and turn around. Keep going, because now you're the one blocking the intersection, dude. He'll figure it out. He's a smart guy. I have faith in him. He's doing the same thing. No? Where are you going? Just further. You just had to psych me out. I swear if he decides to go this way... So he can't actually, he'll finish first. He finishes here. Construction complete. That was that little piece of rail. I told him to tell me that because they only assign one job in front of them. And there's two here. So he decided to go straight. I need him to do that one too. See, when he's done this, if he still has mats, he'll do another one. That's not him. That's him. Basically this number. When this number approaches 0, he runs out of stuff. Let them go. They just built that pipe. Bunch of people were just running along, digging there. How are there people here? Oh, they walked from that house. Interesting. So they're awake now. So now this house will want food and services. They're all going to flee the Republic and die. The second you give them a job, which that counted as, they were like, okay, we're working for you. We now need food, shelter, housing. Heat. I'm not too concerned. I assumed they were all going to die anyway, so we took all the people out of these houses when everyone here died. But it looks like they're back. Population's higher than ever, so what are you going to do? A few people flee. We'll be fine. Eek. Appreciated. Sorry, you scared me. This has a button in it that lets you build railroads, but you have to scroll down to hit it. I have no idea why. So that's why I keep having to open this window. But I have that button in my hotbar, but I can't click it unless this window's open. I added it to my hotbar after scrolling down in this window for the 82,000th time. Alright, who's jammed up? You? Oh, I clipped them both. That's one of the few vehicles you can teleport home like that. Everything else actually has to move. But it's a big circle, and I accidentally clipped them both with it, because it's nowhere near where your mouse is. Unless you're looking straight down, I think. Yeah. Further away you look, the worse it gets. No, actually, it looks like it sinks back up in the future. Okay, well, everyone recovered. Let's look at the population graph now that it's happier. All time, even. You see, we've had a few accidents in the past. And when I stopped paying attention today, the trains were jammed up. Whoops. Recovery. So the steel factory's up here. And at the start of the game, we were just, you import everything from the border when you're not making anything. So now this guy is bringing steel down to our first depot we ever built. Start stacking resources away from the border. And at the start of the game, you're getting everything at the border, and it takes a while to like go in and out of the border. So you have to start stacking resources away, or when you go to build something, if every single person you have has to go to the border, it takes forever. So you start stacking resources away, so like anyone who needs steel now doesn't have to visit the border. And eventually by like the end of the game, I'd like to have it so nobody ever has to visit the border. I think it really depends who's running it. Yeah, I think it really depends on who's running it. Like, for instance, this place ran really nicely for 20 years, but then the guy running it stopped paying attention for a bit today and 5,000 people died in 2 months? With absolutely no reaction from the state, I would probably call that government incompetence. But Novani did a pretty good job, you know? What would we call that exactly? We saw the line, right? It went up. The line went up. That's all you need to care about. Line goes up. So you can actually see, like, we took... It started, this is how many people are just in villages that were on the map. And then I started to take over London, and I built the first houses around it. And then we built the oil refinery, and I needed a bit more. And then we built the coal and the steel. And actually, that would have been Ireland. And then we built Ireland. And then we built the steel. And then we built the chem plant. You will like it. That's what the news tells them. That's what the radio and TV tells them. It's the best place. That's why they're so loyal. Still not very happy, but I've almost completely eliminated alcohol addiction. I didn't even know you could do this, so I've been, for like, the entire game, I've had anti-alcohol propaganda on radio and TV. And at a certain point, they actually just stopped showing the statistic on the houses. When it gets low enough, it just doesn't show up anymore. So this guy drinks, but he's probably new. He probably just came from a different house. It's only people that aren't in my villages that drink. But once you get the statistic low enough in your village, it actually falls off the houses. We just moved all these people in too, because they died this year. But like, these aren't even showing a number anymore. This is a DLC map. We are in the British Isles. So yeah, this is London. And we got Big Ben. Also have the Tower of London. Somewhere. And like, this city was already here, and most of these bridges were here. I think I built this one. So this city was here on the map, and at the very start of the game, I demolished all these bridges, and then just took this little bottom part of the city. Like, this is all me building. There was just like a strip of houses here, so I took this strip of houses to start my population, and then expanded slowly out. That train we were riding, I said we were going to ride, was going to go here. You definitely have to set everything up right. If your Republic's set perfectly, there's no micromanagement, though. You shouldn't have to click anything. But you definitely have to build everything yourself. But once you have it tuned, A lot of micro setting it up, but then everything should run on its own. For instance, I microed my boats for the first like 40 years of this game to save a lot of money. But now that I have a lot of money, I just have them running back and forth full. Instead of having to click the button once every 2 years. Not them. Him. So like he used to wait until one of his things emptied out. Like he didn't even empty anything this time. And he's sailing back now. But before I would have had to click a button. Like when he ran out of something, I would have had to say go. But now I'm just spending a bit of extra money to let him sail back and forth full. There's definitely a million clicks though. There's a lot of clicking. All of these rails here were for no reason. There's not even trains here. That's not true. We put Thomas the Tank Engine here. And this one too. Modded train. I wonder if because I stopped building rails, if the gravel's stacking up. That's not bad. So this is an island, there's no roads to it, so I have like no border to get rid of the garbage I'm not processing, so I'm just burning it repeatedly. I created a loop with a sorter and the incinerator, and I just keep sorting it and burning it, and I'm managing to get rid of the ash that way. Seems to work pretty good. Whereas over here, we're actually treating the hazardous waste, so it isn't so toxic. Over an island, we just burn it. Here we treat it first, then burn it, and then we take the ash to the border. Definitely one of the longest city builders too, though. Nobody got time for that. Yeah. I'm building the same building for the last 7 hours. No, we built one little depot. We're building a second one now. You can turn that off, though, too. You can turn off realistic, so buildings just pop up when you place them. Just like the paint. The other guys would make fun of me. That looks like something that burnt down. What's going on here? Nope, just never built it. That's a new water pump for our new water supply. So these are water purification plants here. They make wastewater, they take in raw water, turn it into filtered water. The raw water is coming from... don't know. That's empty and that's not good though. Actually out of raw water. The water over here. Alright, cool. So these kind of like the quality goes down the closer they are to other stuff. And if you put it somewhere polluted, it's really low quality, and then you have to spend more chemicals to purify it more. The over's good enough. We make our own chemicals too now, so it's pretty cheap. Another power box. I'm gonna have them overlap too, so that we get safety when one of them burns, the other one won't. Beautiful. water. Where's your pump? There's a bunch of different buttons for the roads. Actually, so like, the road's coming out. This is just the scroll wheel. But then if you want, you can stop it anywhere and then use control on the scroll wheel to just change the curve out from that point to try and get it straight, kind of thing. You can hold shift to do something. There's a couple different controls with it. I mean, you can have it lock or not lock. I can tie it to a grid if I want. So it lines up nicely. But I never use the grid. There's actually a lot of different road building buttons. But so like this, where it's not curving, what I'm doing there is I always just put a tiny little piece at the start. And then it curves off that. That's how I'm getting it to start that curve. That's what you meant. But most of it is just, I've played this game for 2,000 hours this year, and I know what the buttons do now. Even when they're not supposed to do it, I know how to make them do it. But yeah, that's just one of those kind of tricking it into doing it. The wire's the worst offender for it. It's the only one I haven't figured out. Sometimes I can't get the wire to curve properly. Now that pump I'm hooking it up to can only really do one pipe full anyways. It does just over it. Probably isn't necessary. Where are we going? Might go direct into here instead of into the water tower. So these are two different buildings. Two different pipes coming. Now, I very rarely use anything between full scroll and not full scroll, which is why they snap together pretty quickly. If I use the mid scroll more, they might not. I'm almost always at 0 or max scroll, which means they fit together nicely. Okay, and that'll add some water. Perfect. So that's just, if you look at your water treatment plant, they have two tanks, import and export. The import's empty, so that's the problem it's currently having. The export was empty and the input was full. I checked the production level, and if it was maxed out, it means I need another plant. But if it was low, it would mean there's some form of bottleneck in the piping after the plant, and I can't get all the water out of it. Now, I don't have a bottleneck. We're out of import water, and the export's empty. So they're getting all the water it can get out of it. And this isn't full, so it's not processing at 100%. It's only at like 20%. It seems really bad. I wonder if that's low on power. No, he's full. This is just cranked, is it? Yeah, that's about what it does. Build me roads and stuff. No, I don't think they're dying. Let's see. Doesn't have water. Oh yeah, they're out of water. They're unhappy. Could probably high prio that, but I mean, they all died this year too anyways. Sharyashu, welcome. Actually, one of the neat road tricks is the single lane roads. So the single lane roads kind of come off the middle. But when you lock roads together with F4, you can push them off the side. So you can get like two nice ones. It's like you can have the road coming off and a one-way road going in too. And if you want to see somebody do crazy things with roads, actually, it's Shari Ashu. His map is insane. He has like 20 lane wide roads everywhere. Using these, it actually looks crazy. It looks really nicely. It's very well done. Very artsy. I can't get the super highways to look clean like he can. This school, so these people weren't working anyways, actually, so if they die, it's not really a big loss. That's evil. You say some evil things playing this game sometimes. You know, but really, they're not producing much. I ran them out of water. Just out of input. I wonder how London's doing. I haven't built any houses here in like 50 years, though. It should be fine. See, this one's fine. 30%. And I think I have two more. Yeah. Now your highway works? You have 8,000 cars? That's wild. I have 840. $8,000. Oh, I just crashed those together. I thought he was facing the other way. Sorry. Clicked the wrong one. Okay, they're fine. I'll get 8,000 cars on my next computer. You're only 1,200 exactly. The kids weren't working, they yearned for the mines. The children yearn for the mines. Bit of extra power, bit of extra water. No, yeah, I could see that. Computer just dying. I was gonna say, my biggest Republic that I really like playing actually can't be played on stream anymore. That, like, I can hide that when, like on this one, I can still hit like 60 FPS looking down, but when I'm in like London looking over, I'm pretty good at like pausing while I'm scrolling so it goes up smooth. And then like getting it into London and unpausing, and we're at like 40 FPS or something. My other one is down to like 6 to 8. It is really hard to hide 6 to 8 FPS. Everyone can tell. Now on a blank map, I hit about 210 FPS, so it really depends what you build. Yeah, once it's unpleasant for me to look at, too. It's like, ah. Because it's not even like it's always smooth at that point, either. Right? You get the chunk, chunk. Actually, we're almost done this stuff for today. I'm gonna save it. Load up one where I put a lot of cars in. This one's only like 10 years in, though. But yeah, that we need to wait for that giant pipe to build now for the water. before we're going to turn that on. That's going to take a couple hours. I don't have a couple more hours. Take a look at some funny things before we leave. I'm not going to load up the 8 FPS one. Although it is my favorite. It has no imports or exports. They make their own vehicles and trains and friggin' similar population though, which is kind of weird. Just was built really janky. This one I changed file in the or the line of code in the parking garages so they can be built inside buildings. And I have 32 parking spots in every single house on the map. Every single building has 32 parking spots, and there's no public transit. Everyone has a car. And this game is based on public transit. They really suck at driving their own cars places. Yeah, this map has no public transit. It was nighttime, so the lights come on. It's led me to create some abominations of intersections. So you can join intersections in this too, so like you can take two roads and join them into one. So it's been done. I don't want to frig with it. It's been frigged with a lot. Like this has one-way roads going the wrong way in it at one point. Yeah, this is the no personal or no public transport run. This is Communism Boulevard. But yeah, you can just remove one line of code and stuff, and it becomes collisionless. So I hid garages in every single building. Definitely needs stoplights. Blow the light. Oh, we turned? You tease. Yeah, all personal vehicles. Not really easy to see during the day. And all they produce is personal vehicles, so that they just keep spawning. I have like 4 tiny modded motor vehicle factory stations. We export 1959 Chevrolet Impalas, and we produce the shittiest car known to man to drive ourselves. Not that one. They got lucky. The F-126P. All they make is cars, all they sell is cars, and all they drive is cars. That's why we're bankrupt. No, it's running on loans. I think it's dead, but it was fun. Yeah, we're a couple $1 million in the hole. Beautiful cars! Oh, I insulted it, did I? I'm sorry. I'm more of an Impala fan. I can't focus on it while it's on the truck. Trying to think of what else we did. 1900 start. That was fun. How far did we make it in? 1918? This was done with steam vehicles and horses and stuff with mods. I like the pictures and the loading screens. Yeah, so this one's 1900 start. Totally different game. It even managed to slow it down even more. Everything is so freaking slow. Yeah, this was super fun. So even like the villages, I used all different houses. There's a lot of different mechanics too, which was neat. Like this is a wood burning heat plant. Like there's wood gasification and friggin' I have train coalers to refuel my steam trains. Or that's for steam cars, sorry. Yeah, train coaling loaders. I have friggin' vets instead of mechanics to repair the horses. We have a vet somewhere. Horse veterinarians. Little clothing and food factories. I have, because the vehicles are so slow, you can't get the crops out of the field. So I had to build granaries with tracks in the fields because they're tiny granaries too, and I have the steam carriages bringing it to here, and then the train brings it the extra 40 meters to here. Like, everything just takes so long. And we went over here so that we could unlock... That's right, there's nothing over there. We wanted the American vehicles. There's a lot more mods for early start American stuff. And then this is our coal mines. The little dudes. This is all mods. This is all mods. I started this one in 1900. So this one would be 18 years in. Oh yeah, this is all glitched out. We're here. This doesn't count because it's not 1960 yet. Just counting down to where the game normally starts, but I turned the clock back at the start. It's just drawing a straight line between now and then. But yeah, this is all mods. I hope the 1900, or the early start, I don't know if it's going to be this early, DLC fixes a lot, because a lot of the mod that I'm using is janky. Like, for instance, the train coaler only works if you put a tiny bit of fuel in it first. And then the trains can use that. Same with the horse feeders? I don't even know where they are. I haven't played this one in like a year. Spring water filtration. But yeah, there's horse feeders. There's one. Oh, that's steam again. And they need to touch a bit of fuel first as well. Silo? Horse feeder. There it is. But yeah, this is all mods. I actually use this mod in most of my games. I wanted these that can... there's a tree chopping version of it. Because the tree cutters don't really need speed, it actually functions, and I like how this mod looks with the spinning wheel and stuff. But yeah, this was all mods. It takes forever to dig because the excavators have like speed 1, so you end up just janking everything in. But so the buildings have really, really low productions compared to their vanilla counterparts. Like 20 people for the stone yard makes 12 tons, whereas the vanilla one takes 0 people and makes like 1,200 tons a day. So you need more workers, but there's no pollution really. Like the heat plant doesn't make pollution because you can't get people far enough away for pollute. You know what I mean? It's so slow that you can't get people a kilometer away to get out of the pollution cloud. So like these food and breweries, they produce way less. They don't pollute. Does this pollute? I don't see pollution. It's interesting. It was slowed down. Zetelier is a 1900 start sometimes. That's really interesting. I have so many half-finished games. Here's the one I mentioned earlier. This will be the last one I load today. And it'll be ending the stream probably in about 5 or 6 minutes. 18 max, because that's when the next ad break is. And I wouldn't put you through an ad break right before I ended the stream. But weave around Twitch a little bit. So this is Siberia. This was the same... No, this was the previous DLC. So this biome gets a lot colder, and it snows like 9 months of the year instead of 3. And you need like way more heat plants. You can't have them hundreds of meters apart. I needed like tons and tons of heating lines. Because it goes down to minus 40. So we got like spider webs of heat lines all around. But my city before this, I had a huge baseball diamond and a huge mall. And the people constantly crossed the road bothered me. I'm about to anti-spaghetti your mind. My city right before this one spaghettied the hell out of me. And I decided to build the ultimate city. Now I moved my heat plants are 100 meters too far away. I wrecked it. It's cold. That's why I stopped playing it. They're not comfortable. They don't die. They're not comfortable. But you chose the wrong time to pick the spaghetti emote. This is the least spaghetti city I've ever done. So the people in this city do not touch the ground. Pedestrians and the roads do not intersect. They have their own pathways. I know. This is the no spaghetti town. We have trams on the 3rd level, people are on the 2nd level, and then the vehicles are on the 1st level. Anywhere, like, there are certain places they touch roads, like this building only has a road entrance, so they have to touch it there to get in. But other than that, the people are on their own thing. And man, we actually spent time on this one to run the wires and stuff. Here's all the power switches from different power plants all over the place. And then we ran the wires down the hill, distinct, and then they branch off in groups of 6, because each group of 6 is one transformer, because they have 6 wires. So there's 12 there, 6, 6. You can see the transformers going through the city. So they're easy to follow back and trace. We got the sewage lines. Down to the garbage processing facilities. But it's broke, in case you can't tell. I spent way too long building the city. All of these factories and stuff are empty. I don't have people because I needed to put them in the city, and then when I finally filled the city, it was too cold and they wouldn't work. Right, Astra? So we kinda lost. I just built the heat plant slightly too far away. I built a ton of them too. 3 over here and then 4 on the other side. I thought I'd be able to brute force it, but just with Siberia goes colder than the rest of the game. The brute force tactic didn't quite work. So all I'd have to do for this to be functional is move these forwards like 100 meters, but that's like 10 hours. Learned a lot from this one though. I thought about that too. I even installed it, actually. I just never used it. I have like 10 different heat plants now. Yeah, just the non-polluting one and put it in the middle. Lots of roundabouts. I like that mod. I didn't know. I'll know. I will know. It's like I know there's no supports on that bridge above us. A nice little trolley to ride, though. Tram? Trolley? One or the other. Yeah, guys, I'm probably gonna end the stream somewhere around here for the day. Maybe we load up the one that produces everything next stream. That one takes a while to load up, so I usually load it up first. Find somebody to raid up to there on Twitch. As always, everybody, thank you for watching. There's a bunch of commands I should be putting in way more often than I do. Discord, YouTube, Twitch, other buttons. Push the buttons. And let's see who's playing video games. Workers and resources. looks like Sukumer. Satumer? Oops, playing in German. Someone is playing in Polish as well. Anybody's German or Polish. This is the only English workers and resources, so we're gonna move somewhere else. Let's see. Someone in here was talking about a fighter game earlier. I got someone on my friends list playing a ship game, World of Warships. Same vein. Trust anyone? I wouldn't trust them, but might tell you different. Yeah, just anyone's playing World of Warships. I don't actually think I've seen that, even though I know I've downloaded it in the past. I don't think I actually played it. But yeah, I'm gonna pass you guys over there on Twitch, and everyone else, I'll see you guys. Should be back on tonight, actually, so I'll see you tonight. Thanks, guys. Peace.